Thank you, Tom, and welcome, namaskar, to India and to our first session. My name is Manish Kohli, and I am a physician, like Tom mentioned, and I'm also a collaborator and partner with Tom Elliott and the Global Clinical Engineering Alliance in helping bringing the promise of quality healthcare to every human being on this planet.
We're not going to do long speaker introductions. We're
Okay.
just going to jump in. Your presentation is here, so you can.
Oh, perfect. So we can start in the presentations.
Because you're supposed to be done in 11 minutes.
Enjoy.
Enjoy.
I've just been advised I've lost a minute. Do I have a clicker?
Let's check it works.
Perfect. Thank you. So we'll talk about a topic that is central to whatever digital transformation initiative that are taking place globally. And workforce development is essential. And when we talk about building capacity, we must contend with the fact that globally we have a shortage of healthcare professionals to the tune of around 18 million. And about 13 million nurses, excuse me, there's a reflection on it. We don't have a lavalier. I'm going to look over here a little bit. The 13 million nurses will be needed to fill a shortage gap. And part of this is undersupply, but part of this is also aging and burnout that is caused by the way we are delivering healthcare. 76 countries globally have less than one physician per 1,000. And we have 3 billion people who lack access to a healthcare professional. This is unacceptable. And we have to think about what is the problem we're trying to solve to improve health and to improve care. And for all the challenges that the pandemic caused, it really opened our eyes to new models of care. So it is not really about finding a technology to solve a problem. It's actually saying, what is the problem that we want to solve? What does healthcare in the future look like? And how do we align people, processes, technology, and data, and funding and policy to make it all happen? We talk about telehealth. In fact, there are a lot of conversations that I have that begin with, we need telehealth because we don't have enough doctors or nurses, and we need to improve access for our patients. And the conversation quickly progresses to what is it that we are trying to solve? And even within telehealth, there are several use cases. And part of this is, as we work with healthcare practitioners, educating and informing them, and defining what is it that's most impactful for them, and then bringing in the right mix of people, processes, technology, and data to bear. And yes, telehealth platform is a solution, but not all telehealth platforms are similar, and not all use cases are similar. In some geographies, doctor-to-doctor consultations are what's needed. In some cases, it's the primary consultation with a physician that's needed who's sitting remotely. There are hospitals without beds that have been created, and we'll touch on that a little bit later. So one of the things that has emerged as a sign of the close collaboration between the Global Clinical Engineering Alliance and the medical community is the Pull Alliance for Digital Health and Equity. We have recognized globally that there's a need in terms of building capacity and capabilities for frontline organizations that need to understand how we bring together workforce and programs and digital health to solve the problems that are most pressing for that region or that country. And when we talk about digital health, there are multiple domains in that. It's not a blanket. It includes technology, it includes strategy, change management, operationalization. How do you actually lead the organization to using technology for continuous improvement? So it's really looking at the tech stack strategically. And then programs. Ultimately, you want to think about what is. Are we trying to improve diabetes care? Are we trying to improve hypertension care? Are we looking at surgical care? we have to be very clear and prescriptive and talk to the stakeholders locally and bring in best practices and embed them on the technology platform. This is important. So it's not just about technology and technology strategy, it's making a smart platform so that any clinician who's using the platform is able to make a better decision with every patient encounter. And we believe that if we make smarter, data-driven decisions every day, single day, at all levels of an organization, that is the recipe to improving quality of healthcare and improve safety. And then fundamentally looking at workforce, it is not about training more doctors. It will not be about training more nurses. It really is tapping into the entire ecosystem of professions, including clinical engineers. And we believe that clinical engineers actually hold a very critical role in making this all happen because they possess the critical thinking skills. They possess the knowledge of workflows. They possess the knowledge of technology. So one of the initiatives that GCEA has embarked in is how do we actually begin to embrace digital health and digital transformation and expand the skill set of CEs so they can become critical members, more widely used critical members of the healthcare team. For us to solve the challenge of quality and safety in healthcare, it will require a team, a village, not one or two roles. So really we believe that we need to look at these three main axes to make it happen. A couple of examples, in Ecuador, the Pull Alliance is working with a partner, a local hospital that's on the edges of the Amazon rainforest. And what this hospital has done is actually taken Menkai, the woman on the bottom right of the picture, in the middle of two men there, one of them is me, and they've trained her. She was a community health worker. She's become a nurse, trained by the hospital. And now she works at the hospital, and she supports the indigenous people through telephone or when they come to the hospital. So what the hospital's asking for, if we had a telehealth platform and clinical programs, we could actually scale the reach of Menkai. But not only that, can you help us develop a certificate program to train 20 other Menkais? Imagine the power of that. If we can take trusted health workers, they may not be formally trained, but the villagers trust them, and we upskill them, and we connect them to an ecosystem using technology. This is what we mean by transformation. This is what it looks like. So as we look at models of care, there's some examples, and I want to give Elias Sloan the credit here. He is moderating another session, so I'm going to kind of quickly go through this. There are hospitals without beds. Mercy Healthcare is an example in the US where you centralize capacity, critical care capacity, for example, and you make it available to community hospitals. And those models exist. So if we are able to align technology and connectivity with funding and policy, a lot of specialized skill that oftentimes is rare in many of the developing countries can be centralized in an urban area but made available to several community hospitals and even primary health centers. We believe thinking through that and investing in that strategically creates a strong value proposition that will pay dividends over time. The second type is a digitally enabled extension of a hospital. So you have a hospital that wants to build a digital front door, that wants to reach out to its patients, and we're seeing examples of that. But how do we actually address the needs of the consumers of tomorrow? The patients of 20 years ago are very different than patients of today because they're much more technologically savvy. How does the healthcare enterprise think through and create the assets and the tools and the channels to engage the patients to shift some of the consumption of services out of the hospital? And there are business models, there are clinical models that need to be thought through that. So again, technology can make this possible. As an enterprise, we need to ensure that we have the business model, the clinical models, and the governance to make it work. Hospitals at home, IC at home, and this is quite relevant in communities like the one I mentioned in Ecuador. Imagine if we're able to deploy technology, and let's say there's a CE who's actually able to support in the villages, we could potentially take a patient who comes in with a critical illness and convert a bed in a community hospital to a critical care bed while we are able to either mobilize the patient or take care of the patient in the community. So thinking through how we bring into do more with less, but deploy more assets, knowledge, assets, technology, so that we can do more in the villages closer to patients' home. The NetSyn network in the U.S. in the pandemic was a gift, especially for remote hospitals who lacked critical care capacity, where quickly the U.S. Army actually initiated this project, was able to provide critical care specialists to support frontline hospitalists in remote parts like Guam and Alaska, so that they could take care of COVID patients who were in the ICU at the time. So we really need to think through, right, where is our workforce located, and how do we actually begin to use technology and the broader community of professionals, including CEs, to address the need of the patients. 3 billion people lack access to healthcare. We spend 10% of the global GDP on healthcare. Half of it is in developed countries. We have a problem. We are spending too much, and we are leaving a lot of patients uncovered. So this community has to come together and innovate. Is Tom still in the room? So I'll quickly go through the slides. This is Tom's slides. He's been leading, he's been a champion of driving a lot of educational development, and he's here. He's going to talk about some of the innovation work that the CE community has done.
Pretty fast, I'm going to talk about it. So you know that the global clinical engineering community worked with WHO very closely during COVID. In fact, in March 2020, Adriana called Dr. David and I that on a Friday in late March and said, help. And so the global community came alongside. And the next week, we had one of our meetings, and 55 colleagues from around the world began to help her. And we helped in many ways. We helped with webinars. We helped with that compendia that you've talked about. We worked with a Congress that, like this one 2 years ago that we had to do virtually, but we used that as a platform to assist, and various publications. So some other things, so that's enough about me. Let me talk about you. Colleagues like yourselves have done some incredible things in the last 2-3 years. And you see from Paraguay, Pakistan, China, India, Dr. Sharma, big surprise, United Kingdom, and Kenya. These are half of people I'm going to talk about, but what did they do? They did digital health tools. You see author and then digital health tools with a certain focus. For instance, Ministry of Health, artificial intelligence screening for COVID patients, which allowed patients to get stratified, to be triaged, and to get to the right level of care quickly. I'm not going to go over all of these. We don't have time, Manish. But Jitendra provided oxygen concentrators countrywide in India, you know, this largest country in the world. One of the ways he did it is staged. He made many oxygen concentrators. Those of you who were here yesterday heard that thousands were made daily out of AMTZ. But they were staged at 80 warehouses around India, and then they were, for the middle class of India, they were available through Uber delivery for $5 US a day. I mean, how amazing is that? And so on, and you see others. And then 5 other colleagues, the Medellin universities, and Javier is in the hallway. Maybe he's in the room now. Oh, I see Jitendra. I hope I got it right. Luis, and, who spoke yesterday, Axel, Carla, Ricardo, is, you've met him yesterday, and Dr. Coley himself have created these digital health tools. The one in Colombia, a consortium of universities worked together to develop an AI system for sepsis. And you know, there were certain results. So you see what our colleagues have been doing. The question is, how did these innovations affect workforce, which is what you've been talking about, Dr. Coley, wherever you went, there you are. And they helped either to organize and facilitate an intervention or to develop and lead an intervention. And maybe I'll just do the one from India. Jitendra's work was national. It helped meet population oxygen needs, and it made O2 available to the paying population. Of course, you know, oxygen concentrators could be hospital-based, but they often could be home-based care. So that made a medium-sized difference. Let's see if we got a bigger one here in the second group. Let's see what some of these high. All right, so global certification around clinical engineering, IT, these integrated devices we talked about yesterday, enables more and more practitioners such as yourself to work with the clinical providers with these tools and So in the LMIC countries, to have a digital health certification helps get more digital care out there, and it gets more of the population served. And so the workforce change from the engineer contribution is very high. In other words, the engineers can use tools that take some of the work off the nurses and work off the doctors. So Dr. Coley, back to you, I think, to finish us. And this is what, beginning the work with, these may be your slides or Elliot's, but you know, so come on over.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so last year we were asked by the Council of Accredited Hospitals of India to collaborate with them on authoring an issue on digital health, focusing on CEs and the broader medical community. And this is an example of, bringing thought leadership from a global platform to a country like India. But okay, but I want to echo what Tom had said. Ultimately, what GCA represents, the forum like this represents, is cross-pollination of ideas. There's no need for us to reinvent the wheel. We can learn from each other, and oftentimes, while we have great learnings from the successes and failures from the developed world, really the true innovation that's needed to address the challenge of cost and improving access in a low-income setting is going to come from countries like India and other LMIC countries that have innovators that have shown all this success. So for us to really begin to pull a community together and lead transformation at the grassroots level, that's really where the money is. Ultimately, the pot of money for healthcare is not going to grow big. We will just need to figure out how we do more with less. Spending 10% of every rupee, every dollar, every pound we earn, and not leaving 3 billion of our brothers and sisters without access to healthcare is simply not acceptable. As the pandemic has taught us, we are only as good as our weakest link. So we must ensure healthcare for all. So with that, I want to move, thank you. I want to move to the next session. And I believe it's going to be a pre-recorded session from Ashnafi Hussain from Ethiopia. So can we have the presentation, please?
GCA and CET division. Hello, everyone. As well as Indian organizers for hosting this FIVS International Clinical Engineering and Health Technology Management. And I'm currently the working group for African Activity Chair, as well as the interim chair for IFMB Africa region. So let me go to my paper. My paper is about the effect of advanced medical device technology in Africa. So as an abstract, I have region. So let me go to my paper. My paper is about the effect of advanced medical device technology in Africa. So as an abstract, I have just presented this paper. So we all know that having advanced medical device technology will help us to have a better healthcare service with diagnosis, therapeutic, and rehabilitation service. And in Africa, every year, billions of dollars is spent for the procurement of high-tech and advanced medical device technologies, including CT, MRI, PET, laser technology, cath labs, and different devices. And we all know that advanced medical device technology, they entail building capabilities, technological understanding, and an information base, acquiring new technological skill and managerial practice. So as an objective for this abstract, the objective of this abstract is to understand the effect of advanced medical technology in Africa and to analyze the effect of having advanced medical device technology in Africa. So as a literature review, I have gone through some literatures, and what I have observed in this literature review is there's a gap in technology use, even though we know it's important to boost the growth as well as to boost the economy in Africa. So as a method, I think data collection analysis can be done from a purchaser, that means procuring agencies, procuring entities, and from regulators, regulatory organizations who are actively working to approve the safety, efficacy, and the quality of medical devices, health facilities, hospitals, health centers, and health posts, and professionals who are operating on those devices, who are just using these devices, and end users. Do they get the result they are expecting from that healthcare delivery using these advanced medical devices? And we also need data from biomedical engineers and clinical engineers professionals who are actually working on HTM activity, starting from acquiring of these medical devices till decommissioning, including installation and after sales service. So as a result, and in conclusion, advanced medical technologies, they have high purchasing costs and high running costs. This running cost is actually the hidden one when it comes to after sales service, training, and spare parts. This running cost, especially when it comes to Africa, it's much more than that we expend for procuring that specific device. So 5 major factors are affecting the technology development in Africa. One is the physical infrastructure. Do we have that infrastructure to accommodate these high-tech medical devices in Africa, which is actually poor? Do we have the skill? Do we have the human resource, especially to operate as well as to maintain and to do after-sales service in Africa? This is actually one of the major challenges, one of the major problems. Do we have the financing, especially to, do the running cost, to cover the running cost of these medical devices once we acquire these medical devices in Africa? Do we have the existing technology? Do we have the technology policy to accommodate these high-tech medical devices? Do we have a proper supply chain system, especially to import spare parts and some reagents and calibrators, as well as some important parts of those high-tech devices in a very short period of time, or in a proper supply chain management system? That's the big problem, which is poor in Africa. Do we have the proper after-sales service, which is actually poor? So even though the use of advanced medical device technology is clear to improve the healthcare delivery service, but having all these challenges and these problems, it may not have a positive effect as expected in healthcare delivery system in a short period of time, which is concluded in this way. And as a recommendation, I think corrective policies, correcting the current policy, which will actually go with existing technological advancements. And we have to also promote learning and skill development with technology. Technologies can be innovated, they can grow, they can mature, and at the end of the day, they will be obsolete or they will decay. So our learning and skill development should align with the growing as well as the mature technologies. So when we have this advanced technology, we have to make sure that we have the skill, we have the human resource, we have the learning schedules, and we have a proper development plan to have this technology in order to use them for a long-term health service activity. And we have to also improve the supply of information and skill to just narrow the gap. We have to also cooperate and coordinate collective learning within as well as across related industries in Africa. So with this, I'll finish my presentation. My name is Ashanafi Hussein. My email address is as already indicated here, and I'm currently the chair for Working Group on African Activity and the interim chair for Africa region, IPMB Africa region. So if you have any questions with respect to IPMB Africa region as well as WGAA, or with respect to this paper, you can contact me with this email address. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and have a nice Congress. Thank you so much.
That align the right investments to the right solutioning would go a long way in some of the low and middle income countries. So thank you for that presentation. Our next speaker is from Japan. It's Daisuke Inagaki, and the topic is...
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm Daisuke Inagaki. I belong to Kanagawa University of Human Services.
And it's a pre-recorded presentation.
Hello, everyone. I'm Daisuke Inagaki. Hello, everyone. I'm Daisuke Inagaki. I belong to Kanagawa University of Human Services. Today, I will present proposal for medical device management and education system for Asia and Africa that utilizing the knowledge of Japanese clinical engineering technicians. I have experience for 9 years as clinical engineer in the hospital, and I'm interested in medical care in Asia and African countries. So I went to graduate school and got a Master of Public Health. This research was supported by some professor from Kanagawa University of Human Services, School of Health Innovation, and Okayama University. Mr. Takahiro Hirayama belongs to Okayama University. He is also clinical engineer, and his specialty is intensive care and disaster medicine. Our purpose is to improve the safety and quality of medical services using medical device in Asia and African countries. We conducted 2 surveys to achieve this purpose. Based on these surveys, we developed the medical device management and education system named by CE-TRACS. This system is utilizing Japanese clinical engineering technology. So survey 1 is we research the medical device management and maintenance in Japan. Survey 2 is we research the medical device management and maintenance in Asia and Africa. Goals of the project is by utilizing the medical device management and the education system we have developed. We can not only improve operational efficiency, but also contribute to improving the safety and quality of medical devices. Final user is biomedical engineer. Biomedical engineers' traditional paper and Excel-based management ledgers will be shifted to a cloud-based system for data-driven management. In Japan, medical accidents caused by medical equipment have been occurring due to the use of old medical equipment that has been purchased more than 10 years ago without adequate maintenance and inspection. In addition, a medical device management system was commercialized in 2003 as a management method to ensure medical safety. The installation of medical device management system has resulted in a reduction in the time required for inspection work and improve operational efficiency. The medical device management system makes it easier to centrally manage medical device information and correct information, contributing to hospital management. The useful life of medical equipment ranges from 7 to 10 years. However, in many Asian and African countries, medical equipment breaks down before its useful life and become unusable. So why do medical devices break down? This is because 60% of failures are caused by lack of maintenance and inspection, and 20% by improper operation. This is due to the lack of locally understandable usage manuals and the environment that makes it difficult to share operating methods and travel cases. Also, there is no national certification, such as clinical engineer, like in Japan, and there are few management systems. So proper maintenance and management of medical equipment and education of human resources are required. From this survey, it was suggested that Japanese medical device management system could be useful in Asian and African countries. In Japan, critical engineers are responsible for medical device management. However, in Asia and Africa, biomedical engineers are often in charge of medical device management. It is necessary to provide education on medical devices in order to build an efficient system in Asia and Africa. We believe that by sharing the know-how and knowledge of Japanese clinical engineers with biomedical engineers in Asia and Africa, we can contribute to improving the safety and quality of medical care. Based on these considerations, we propose a medical device management education system for Asia and Africa that utilizes the knowledge of Japanese clinical engineer. Then, we developed a concept that utilizes clinical engineering technology. Our concept will be a medical device management system and a medical device education system. The medical device management system is a cloud database of medical device management ledgers. The education system provides video content by clinical engineers. We name the system CE Tracks, which stands for Clinical Engineer Tracking System. Based on this concept, we developed the MVP system for medical device management and education system. MVP is minimum viable product. So the left side is a medical device management system. The first model was created in FileMaker. The right side is video content created by Japanese clinical engineers, which provide about 50 content for ventilator, dialysis machines, infusion pump, syringe pump, and something like that. Finally, the system was validated at the medical institution in Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, and Japan. Unfortunately, because of the expanding situation of the COVID-19, everything was conducted online. The MVP system was difficult to use without explanation and required regular meeting. In the demonstration period, it is considered that it took time to become used to the system because paper-based management had been conducted up to now. However, with this demonstration, an update is now available. In addition, we received good feedback on the video content. It is a conclusion. In Japan, a medical device management system was launched in 2003, and the clinical engineers have had expertise in management for about 20 years. Then, in Asia and African countries, medical devices are failing due to the lack of medical device management and education. So there is a great potential for medical device management and education system we develop to be useful. This is the last slide. So if you have any question, so please contact us at any time. We have a community, biomedical engineer, clinical engineer, and many others. So we are looking forward to your registration. So the system we have developed has been updated to a beta version. We would love to use it at your facility, so please contact us. Thank you for your attention. That's it. Thank you very much. I belong to Kanagawa University of Human Services. Today, I will present proposal.
Thank you, Daisuke, for a very informative talk, and looks like a very valuable system that has broad applicability in expanding the knowledge around medical device management to countries that currently lack that. Our next speaker is Wizal Al-Hadab from Syria, and I believe this is also a virtual presentation.
Hello. First, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Wizal Al-Hadab. I'm a biomedical engineer working with the International Committee of the Red Cross since 2017. I started in Syria, and that is where the project that I would like to present today started. What I want to present today is the criteria to maintenance of medical equipment in conflict-affected contexts. The work was done by myself with the help of my other colleagues in the health department working in the ICRC. And to set the context or to set the background of the project, usually humanitarian organizations supporting in conflict-affected countries donate a lot of medical equipment, but usually these donations are done through global sourcing, global tenders, and they are introducing the country with medical equipment that is foreign to the country or to the health system there. And very little is taken into consideration in terms of the maintenance, in terms of the after sales of those equipment. What I want to discuss specifically is that it is not always the best option to go for the maintenance instead of a new donation, while we have to follow a certain criteria to make that fine balance, because sometimes it does not win out, and maintenance is not really the better option. While when we do really check those aspects and we take them into consideration, we are able to make the best informed decision for both the facility we are supporting, the staff who will be operating on that equipment, and the funds that we are using. The project really came or was better defined during COVID. It is when countries were lacking ventilators, when manufacturers were keeping the ventilators they're manufacturing to their own countries, and it was a very difficult time to source new equipment. That's when we were considering the maintenance of ventilators in the hospitals that we wanted to support, because that was the quickest solution, that was the quickest option to help strengthen those hospitals, enable them to treat patients in the fastest way possible. Unfortunately, in context, in countries affected by conflict, affected by war, such as Syria, they suffer from lack of regular maintenance. They suffer from inaccess to spare parts of the medical equipment that they have. They suffer from lack of budget in the hospitals due to inflation or due to any other reason. So it is already a weakened system. It's a weakened process. It's not an ideal one that we are dealing with. Therefore, when trying to do or to perform maintenance to the medical equipment in this context, a lot more has to be taken into consideration. We start off with the assessment. It is not a ready-made answer, and we have to take into account the different aspects to arrive to the best conclusion. The assessment, can be very basic, but we have to look at all of the aspects and the information of the medical equipment at hand. We have to consider how long it's been in the hospital. Is it discontinued by the manufacturer or not? Since when it's been in service. WHO usually has a number for each type of equipment, which is, let's say, the expected lifespan of that equipment. How it looks like? Does it look damaged? Has it been through a major maintenance recently? Are the spare parts still available by the manufacturer, or they have been discontinued? Who will be performing the maintenance? Is it an authorized agent of the supplier, someone who's received technical training, professional training on the maintenance of this equipment, or it's a company that provides maintenance services generically or randomly? What is the estimated cost of this maintenance? All of these factors have to be taken into consideration, and that will paint a picture. When the equipment age is within range, so let's say it is still within the expected lifespan of the equipment, when the equipment does not look severely damaged, when it's not been through several major maintenances recently, which could be an indicator of many other problems, when we are in fact dealing with an authorized representative of the manufacturer, and when the estimated cost is less than 30% of a new machine. When all of those factors are taken and are available, that is when we are making the right decision by going for the maintenance rather than the replacement of the equipment. Of course, we always have to pay attention to having the equipment recalibrated again, having a testing period after the maintenance has been finished, because many times there is a visible problem, which was the initial cost of the breakdown of the machine, but there are always hidden problems that can only surface when the visible one has been fixed. So that has to be part of the process that we need to follow. The cause of the project was, we want to go for maintenance because maintenance was the quick support that we can provide, but at the same time, we wanted the maintenance to be a sustainable solution, not just a patch-up, not just a fix that can last a month or two. We actually wanted the maintenance that we are supporting, that we are donating to the hospital through the agent, to be providing an additional 2 to 3 years of the machine of service into that department. All of the criteria that I mentioned a bit earlier, we were collecting all of the information, which manufacturer, which model, trying to link each equipment to its specific number and collecting all of the relevant data. And then after that, this tool, when we enter the data, it will tell us whether a maintenance should be done or not. If the status of the machine is damaged, how long it's been out of service, because usually, for instance, if a machine's been out of service for a couple of months, it could still be okay. But when a machine's been out of service for over 2 years, over 3 years, then we are talking about a lot more problems, a lot of hidden problems that could surface soon. We do know, in fact, what is the problem that we need to fix, what specific spare parts need to be replaced, and when those spare parts are replaced, then there are no more problems. We should always avoid vague situations where the supplier or the agent would tell you, you need to change this board and that sensor or that filter. And then after all of that is done, the machine is still not working, or there are other problems that were not detected before. Always try to have a very clear maintenance plan with very, very clear actions that need to be taken in order to have the machine functional again. Of course, taking the documentation of the agent, we have to really go through a vetting process, because we all know that the market for medical equipment can be quite profitable, especially in terms of maintenances. And there is a lot of forging, there is a lot of counterfeit documents, there is a lot of not authentic letter of authorizations, expired letter of authorizations, certificates that are not necessarily true. So we have to follow a vetting process to make sure that the staff who are performing the maintenance are in fact authorized, are in fact trained on the work that they are doing. As I mentioned a bit earlier, we have to take a testing and validation period and a warranty for the spare parts. And then we look into the cost and we try to make sure that it's less than 30% of the price of a new machine. Following this criteria will help us avoid long lead times when we have an interruption of services in a certain hospital and we want to support that hospital who is probably having an influx of patients, whether it's due to a crisis, whether it's due to an armed conflict, whether it's due to a pandemic or a natural disaster. It is an option that could help us with a timely response. Another fact is patient safety, because when we do maintenance to medical equipment, we are working on an equipment which the clinical staff are familiar with. The clinical staff are, they know how to use, and they will not be harming the patient by using a machine that they are not fully comfortable with. And of course, cost efficiency, as the price of a new machine is at a less than 30%. I mean, the price of a maintenance is less than 30% of the price of a new machine. So it is these three main added values: timely response, cost efficient, patient safety, are at the center of these things when following the aforementioned criteria. In that, maintenance of medical equipment is recommended to be considered as a first option to support, as a first option to respond, but with taking the full information of the equipment by collecting the full data on the context, on the status of the equipment, on the on who will be authorized to operate on the equipment, and the added value and the age and the cost of that equipment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Izal. That was a very insightful talk. And I can just begin to appreciate how important it is for us to be mindful that technology changes quite rapidly. And in a recent conversation with one of the NGOs that actually donates, distributes donated medical equipment, a point became very clear. They said, just because a piece of equipment has been donated doesn't mean it's useful. Technology is moving really fast, and we need to be mindful of what the utility and the life cycle of the equipment is going to be in a low resource setting. And I believe that last two presentations really shed light on how we can bring some of that together to extend or maximize the life of equipment and not deploy equipment which may not have a useful purpose. And I'm wondering, even as a community, we should think about a national or international registry that tracks each medical equipment and its maintenance records. I'm thinking of something like the car registries we have in the US and in some other countries, where when you purchase a used car, you actually have the entire history of the car. So thank you for the last two presentations. Our next speaker is from Turkey, but we're not sure if they are in the audience. Is Ugur Kundendioglu in the audience? Or is Pelin Kaya? Okay, in the absence of their presence, we're going to skip over and move to the next presentation from Honduras. We have a virtual presentation from Alejandro Zavala on the assessment of health technology management practices in public hospitals of Honduras.
Hello everyone, my name is Alejandro Zavala. Today I'm going to present an assessment of healthcare technology management practices in public hospitals of Honduras. To start, healthcare technology management practices in the public sector of Honduran hospitals face many challenges related to inadequate maintenance and poor medical device management procedures. The study aims to identify management capabilities, limitations, current strategies, and requirements for HTM in the public sector. To address these challenges, we propose a workflow based on first, the identification of the problem after the public hospital's requirement, and finally, define new strategies based on the limitation to start a public HTM programming and the standardization of the processes. The goals of the project and final users that will benefit. Well, the principal goal of the project was to identify the characteristics of biomedical departments in the public system in Honduras, also to identify HTM and clinical engineering practices in the public sector and their limitations. This project provides a better understanding of HTM practices in Honduras by collecting real information from hospitals. The results will benefit healthcare technology managers, hospital authorities, and decision makers. These results can be used by the Minister of Health and authorities to define a new plan to strengthen the framework for medical device management. About the methodology, the information from 12 public hospitals was collected through a 14-question survey, which was designed to obtain data related to organizational and hospital characteristics, biomedical department structures, and healthcare technology management procedures. About the hospital characteristics, we tried to define number of beds, their locations. About the biomedical department and structure, we tried to define their organization, number of personnel, and human resources, and if available, the medical test equipment tools that they have. And about the healthcare technology management procedures, we tried to define their inventory management practices and their maintenance management practices. Also, if available, the training and medical devices educational programs. The information collected, we use a 0 to 100 index to assess each hospital, considering the best practices of healthcare technology management. Now the results, the following results are from hospitals across Honduras, where the 50% were in the central region of the country, 25% in the western region, and the remaining 25% in the north and the eastern region of Honduras. So of the evaluated hospitals, only 2 had the scores higher than 60%. The average score for all hospitals was 46%. Some key findings from the evaluation include that in most public hospitals, 83%, there is a shortage of technicians and engineers available for HTM activities. Also, regarding calibration tools, biomedical simulators, and analyzers, only 25% of the hospital reports having a few analyzers, and 75% report that don't have medical test equipment. We can see a graph of the evaluation of the 12 hospitals on the right. Other key findings about the inventory and maintenance management is that during maintenance management, 91.7% of the biomedical departments provide periodic reports of maintenance activities. 50% provide reports of medical device downtime, and only 8.3% provide reports on spare parts control, staff performance, and other key performance indicators. Also, only 50% of the biomedical department have defined medical equipment inventory based on specific inclusion criteria and classifications. In terms of medical device user training, 41.7% of the hospitals provide training only during the installation process, 50% provide training upon request, and none of the hospitals have formal educational programs. So, in conclusion, with the information, we can conclude that in general, hospitals have a basic understanding of HTM with their own strategies limited by their resources. So, a new plan to strengthen the device management in Honduras is proposed, involving three principal areas: regulation, physical and financial resources, and the capacity building of the professionals. So, we start a proposed plan of a regulation as a first key stage, which include the standardization of HTM practices and procedures, also provide regulatory support for HTM. Then, about the structure and professional, we propose to define biomedical department structures in hospitals, including professionals as clinical engineers responsible for managing medical technology throughout the whole life cycle. Also, improve hospital facilities in order to improve efficiency, quality, and patient security, and the capacity building programming for HTM professionals. Also, we require a strengthened plan that includes biomedical department laboratories with medical testing tools, spare parts, and budgetary resources. About the next projects, future studies shall aim to expand the information of the following topics: human resources capabilities of biomedical department in public hospitals. Also, we require a more comprehensive evaluation of biomedical resources, including physical and financial structures. Also, developing of management tools to improve biomedical department practices and procedures, and developing of appropriate guidelines and procedures to implement in biomedical departments based on their current limitations. So this is my email. If you have any question or you want more information about the story, you can contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alejandro. You highlighted a very important need. I can relate from a recent conversation I had while at an event in Uzbekistan. The hospital community there also struggles with a lot of equipment being deployed and donated, but not enough funding support for training programs. I believe this is a call to action to really look at not only the donation and funding for equipment, but really funding, sustained funding by governments and funding agencies to ensure that the training programs and the systems to maintain and manage medical devices for hospitals are also in place. Our next speaker from Japan, Keizo Wauchi, Manabu Hirora, Yasunori, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing some names, Yasunori Yamasaki, Tetsuro Nakamura, Takeshi Matsumura, and Osamu Yoshida. I believe this is going to be a virtual presentation on global healthcare disparities and how they can be eliminated, how through technology transfer through cardiovascular surgery in Zambia. So can we have the next presentation, please?
My name is Keizo Wauchi, Department of Medical Technology, Faculty of Fukuoka Medical Technology, Techo University. Now, global healthcare devices can be alternative transfer the cardiovascular surgery in Zambia. Best regards. The names and affiliations of presenters and co-presenters will be as follows. First, here is some basic information about Zambia. As a general situation, the population is about 18 million. The capital is Lusaka, which is 1,200 meters above sea level, and the climate is relatively mild due to the high altitude of the official language is English, as the country was a British territory in the past. The economy's GDP is $21 billion and unemployment is as high as 30.00%. Japan has provided $46 million in economic cooperation. There was no opportunity for doctors in their own country to acquire skills, and only wealthy patients with a large dependency in living conditions were able to perform surgery abroad and had no means to save their lives. In 2017, Tico began supporting the training of a cardiac surgery team at the request of the University of Zambia. Teaching Hospital is the only hospital in Zambia capable of training doctors. Tico is an NGO that has originally been engaged in international cooperation activity, mainly in the Zambia-Africa Science to the 2000s, and is the only organization in Japan that provides medical support mainly in the field of the cardiac surgery. In addition, support for our activities is made possible by donations and fundraising. TICO is a non-governmental organization that conducts international cooperation activities such as medical care and rural development, mainly in Zambia, Africa, and is training specialty in various fields so that 50 open heart surgery can be performed by Zambia members by 2025. We as clinical engineers are involved in the training of two perfusionists and two cardiac PMD, and we are mainly engaged in the operation of CPP equipment and maintenance of the operating room in environments. The purpose of this study is to conduct the 9-20 activity to transfer technology, showcase series with a common goal set with Baltic and National Heart Hospitals of Zambia, NHH. Method. The goal of the extracorporeal saturation technician education was to operate CPP equipment, select career, and collaborate with other professionals, while the goals of the cardiac technician education were to provide support by preparing and assembling priority equipment and recording extracorporeal saturation. Extracorporeal saturation technician and cardiac PME were evaluated based on evaluation sheet. Result. Perfusionist saturation technician require much time for education due to difference in saturation configuration and operating method for both children and adults, and repeat education was provided regarding collaboration with cardiac surgeons and neurology. He expressed the circuit configuration of cardioprotect solution and calculated unaltered imbalance cardioprotect solution, washing solution, blood transfusion, and off-balance dehydration and urine volume, and reported the result to the anesthesiology department. Cardiac BME was repeatedly education on the preparation and assembly of perfusion equipment and exposure saturation record. In addition, a video camera was installed on the control-free light to check the interactive progress and operated as needed to and was connected to project into the interactive operating room and to the CPB equipment. The left both show a monitor project onto a CPB device and the left both show a video camera installed on a no-show light. In addition, by connecting the web conferencing system Zoom to the conference room, the surgical field can be checked. The evaluation sheet for the 9th session is shown below and the score for extracorporeal perfusion and cardiac BME increased as the number of cases increased with field area pointed out. Discussion. Cardiac surgery is performed at NIH using medical supplies from many countries. Therefore, CPB circuits are created by connecting medical supplies and perfusions frequently with to check sheet during priming due to the fact that the manufacture and completion of the circuit you do differ each time. Therefore, it is necessary to create an NIH on therapeutic circuit to reduce incidence as much as possible. In addition, communication with a necessary during the operation in influence with each case. Regarding the education of a cardiac BME, it was unclear to what extent they would be involved in the surgery due to their lack of specialized medical education. After many discussions with NIH on this matter, it was decided to provide guidance by preparing and assembling peripheral equipment and providing support for extracorporeal saturation recording. In the 9th and 10th session, we are able to complete 6 and 7 surgeries respectively, and each time we gave a 5-point evaluation before, during, and after the surgery. These are due to graphic the issues each time and prepare for the next surgery, and the 5-step evolution gradually ensue. Conclusion. TICO and NHS were able to achieve a certain level of technology transfer by setting common goals for the 9 to 10 activity. However, since practice education was not available during the period which representatives were not transiting to Zambia, it was decided that in order to provide complete education for perfusionists and cardiac BME in the future, classroom education would be provided even when they were not transferred to Zambia. by using WhatsApp Messenger, a messenger application, and Zoom, a recording system. That is all. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, a short intervention. And I know we have Keiko and the Japanese Society of Clinical Engineering chair here, and we have other friends. So the model for clinical engineering in Japan, they could tell the story better than I, Keiko and friends, Ichiko, better than I, but 50% of their practice is what we call in the US super user of high-tech equipment. Dialysis, in this case, cardiac bypass and other equipment. And then the other half, and they get reimbursed for the government for doing that. And the other half, their time is freed up to do clinical engineering and health technology management. But there's another layer on this particular study in that they're transferring this capability via a developed country going to an LMIC. And so and anybody raise their hand if you're ready to learn Japanese? I mean, so we'll give our friend there a break for his delivery, but it's a very powerful concept that more of us should learn how to do, how to treat. So back to you, Dr. Coley.
Thank you, Tom, and really congratulations to the Japanese community for this wonderful case study. Agree with Tom. I think we need more and more of this, and I think in a digitally connected world, the possibilities are endless in connecting with people, even if we cannot be physically present. So thank you, and a big round of applause for your success. Our next and final talk, and we are, if you have noticed, running ahead of schedule, so we will give them the luxury of time, and then we will have time for Q&A after that as well. Our next speaker is from Bangladesh. Dr. Anwar Hussain is going to speak to us about enhancing patient care outcomes through competent biomedical equipment technicians of CEAB. Dr. Anwar?
Assalamu alaikum, dear audience. Hope you are doing well. Me, Dr. Engineer Anwar, and completed the biomedical engineering doctorate in philosophy. My topics was mathematical modeling of clinical engineering approach to evaluate the performance outcome of the patient. So today, I need to say congratulations and thanks to Thomas Jude, Yadin David, and all sorts of clinical engineering colleagues in globally. So now I am working under the Healthcare Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Bangladesh since past 33 years. Although I am going to be retired, but I am not yet tired. Thanks. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear audience, so my topics enhancing the patient care outcomes through the competent biomedical equipment technician of CEAB. So, according to the leadership, Tom and Yadin, we make a platform in Bangladesh that is reported as Clinical Engineering Association of Bangladesh. So, technological development is a continuous process. To adapt this technology, we need to develop module and develop human resources. Because I am 62 years old, if I need to adapt mobile technology, I need to train and I need to brain. So, technology is used to improve the quality of the human life. Sometimes technology is good and inappropriate use of the technology is silent killer. We are team, now I include me, Anwar, Mohiddin Ahmed, the department head of biomedical engineering, and Nazbul Hassan, my beloved student, Alamin, my student, and Yadin David and Thomas Jot, as well as Bangladeshi team, I would say to stand up. All are the CF's members, Mr. Minhas, Mr. Engineer Aminur, and dedicated engineer Mr. Ariful Islam. They are doing and servicing as COVID pandemic, lot of contribution they had and have, and will have also. So introduction, positioning of competent biomedical equipment technician were needed to establish in order to obtain a sustained patient care outcomes. It is necessary not only the biomedical equipment technician, each and every hospital was necessity to introduce clinical engineering department or biomedical department like radiology department, like pathology department over the years. Lower resources countries, I mean that although Bangladesh dense populated, lower resources compete in this field. That means a few numbers of biomedical technician, clinical engineer or other lower resources countries in South Asia. Why? The problem. Problem is that lower resources countries like Bangladesh could not yet adapt with this profession appropriately due to lack of their attentiveness. Because I used to say, global clinical engineering poll every day giving us the message to improve the quality of the service by applying clinical engineering, biomedical engineering, and clinical engineering development system. But we yet not address the in-house clinical engineering department. And it is certain that some countries we have visited and see that one machine is breakdown and error and not functioning properly, then need to call other station. In lower resources countries, we seem that dense populated is not possible from here to there to address this problem. So our patient care should be safety, timely, cost effective. If I used to give the service to the safety and timely, it is not possible from here to there in traffic jam. So in-house. As a result, the actual patient outcomes of the lower resources countries seen as unpleasant. If 100 patient comes to the hospital, sometimes says breakdown of the equipment, error of the equipment, they are coming and spending the money. As a result, they could not get the good results, outcomes from the equipment. As a result, the actual outcomes lower resources countries found as unpleasant. Besides that, return on capital investment for medical surgical equipment are seen as inferior to higher resource countries like America, Japan. So if I investigate the data of the Japan and America is better than lower resources countries, our commitment was to satisfy the patient. Other issues that we are purchasing huge equipment without maintenance, the life cycle and lifespan of the equipments could not ensure. And that is why the financial goal, revenue, as well as lifespan, always frequent procurement without maintenance. Next, what I do competent, what I desire competence means a aircraft should have a pilot, regulatory license, without their license and protocol, they never will fly. It is saddened to say that we have machines, we have mans, we have money, everything is okay. Like we can say the healthcare engineering today's and healthcare addressing, we have ship, we have passenger, we have captain. Now, the clinical engineering or biomedical engineering platform is rudderless. That's why I address the biomedical equipment technician first. The competent biomedical equipment technicians are committed to ensure safe functionality of medical and surgical equipment. Investigation reports inform us that the present confidentially BMETs are not keeping knowledge and skill in this subject properly due to having lack of sense and even huge shortage have seen in healthcare system as well as in hospital. So, manual is English version, journal is English version, So we cannot understand the language, translation, and that's why during purchase the medical equipment, we purchase not only the equipment, with also technology from other countries. Because every lower resource countries that could not translate or understand the English manual and could not get the spare parts, and that's why it is hampering. Despite to having unending necessity to introduce BMT, including CD, BMED in its level of modern hospital, the cults are yet known to the healthcare policymaker, healthcare stakeholders, as well as healthcare delivery management, even conventionally clinical and biomedical engineers. This is the major problem. Challenges in low middle income countries, optimal approach still sought in countries like Bangladesh from CD, IFMB or local office of WHO. So, Tom, we desired optimal service from CD, IFMB and WHO in local position in Bangladesh, because Bangladesh has many capitalized and many machine, CT scan, MRI, heart lung machine. We are rich in machine, but without man. So I highly appreciate you have appointed one consultant in the WHO to motivate them, the stakeholders. A great motivation is necessary to establish clinical engineering department, biomedical engineering department, including biomedical equipment technician, appropriately in the form of valid license and adequately in numbers. Not only license, according to the machine, according to the inventory list, and financial investment, according to the journal, 1.5 million capital investment need one biomedical engineer. If we think in our country, we need 8,500 biomedical technicians in our country. But today, more than 300 biomedical technicians is working in 701 stations of the public hospital and private hospital also enhanced. By the leadership of Tom and IFMB and CD, Bangladesh address necessity of clinical and biomedical engineering department. We have received a lot of training session and learned knowledge from the IFMB CD platform. We obtain knowledge. By applying this knowledge, we do good to face the COVID problem appropriately and adequately with the help of our SIHA platform, Mr. Dedicated Engineer, Ariful Islam, Aminur and Mizan, all other sorts of companies, Siemens, Toshiba, like that. So my office name is National Electromedical Equipment Maintenance Workshop and Training Center. I am playing here the roles like technical manager, repair, maintenance, as well as chief counselor of the training. So it is urgently increasing negative impact on patient due to medical device related condition. We need to understand what the desire of the patient. Patient needed safety, and then timely, and then costly, and then equity, and then patient-centered care. One patient comes, ICU ventilator breakdown. If he timely give the output, then undesired effects such as unnatural death and even firing, leakage of the gas, and disinfection from the sterilizer, hampering injury, unnatural death, or surgeon or doctors putting the undesired antibiotic which make the resistant is the cause of the early disability. Main objective or goal, the project, to improve the present adverse patient outcomes related to the outcomes from the medical and surgical equipment. Our goal is to, the outcome of the machine or interface of the machine should be safe and timely, to develop a module to produce competent biomedical equipment technician according to the country's perspectives. Okay, country to country vary the cultures. So we have over the years developed a module, and we providing the training through online and through make seminar, etc. We have training center, and we are providing, in this year we have provided more than 500 technicians how to handle and safe operation and timely care. Addressing the present problem of the statement of the healthcare regulatory body, data collection and data analysis. Of course, we will collect the data and we analyze the data, and we address our problem to our healthcare stakeholders by tie-up with Japanese or other developed countries. And I also draw kind attention to the JICA people and Japanese Clinical Engineering Association to help us. to improve the present inadequate outcomes from the medical device in terms of the patient satisfaction. When a patient admitted to the hospital due to errorful results, due to breakdown or faulty equipment, needs suffering and delay time of the surgery. As a result, patient and relatives are not satisfied. Example, being I am the patient, then I admitted the hospital and my relatives are waiting to cure earlier and spending money. When once upon a time declare tomorrow your operation eye, then machine is breakdown. So I need to stay that hospital long time, spending money and relationship moving here to there without no radars, and ultimately pocket money peek out and goes to the drain. So reducing association with the medical device. So we know very well, uncalibrated, errorful medical equipments is very harmful. They may causes injured, say leakage current, chassis current, electrical safety. Another issue is that failure, instant failure of ICU ventilator due to lack of maintenance. Example, battery is shut down or connection is shut down, then unnatural death. Another issue is that if contaminated particles are available in the masks and pipes, also machine is not clean, some insect contaminated, then patient infected and needs HEPA filter to environment post-operation. So mitigation to do mitigate the injuries and unnatural patient death. So if we keep the all sorts of medical equipment in the hospital, then it will be benefits for us because no patient will be injured and unnatural death will never happen if we engineers team is okay full time, 24 hours, 6 hours, and 52 weeks, 365 days, then it is our slogan, no incident, no adverse event, undesired event such as injuries, infection, unnatural death, medication error, early disability. It is our slogan of clinical engineering globally. Goal, enhance patient safety, minimize adverse event related to the medical device. We investigated more data. Some people goes to the operation theater life is off, and anesthesia machine has no sufficient organism and polluted. There is no ratio calibration nitrous oxide as well as oxygen. It is the suddenness. It is the rules of the clinical engineers team, biomedical equipment technician. Final users, patients. Our goal is to satisfy the patient and their relatives. Okay, human, it is usual, natural death, okay, no problem. But any patient, any person never will die due to lack of sense of our clinical or biomedical engineering team, those who are working in the healthcare system. Improving quality of lifespan of medical device. Example, I am a man, I have desired life cycle. If any system error, undesired effects, environment hazards, then I face a lot of problem. So lifespan, every equipment has a lifespan recommended by the manufacturer in compliance with the standard of FDA EC certified body. So example, one CT scan lifespan 10 years, one autoclave life cycle 12 years, like that. So if you used to this equipment up to life cycle by preventive maintenance, preventive treatment is better than cure. So if we take care like the children to the machine, addressing, taking care every day, make a lab with them, safety, calibration, cleaning, PowerPoint, power sector, pin, everything will be safe like. Machine is our patient, but we are the patient of the doctor. So without the good accurate result from the machine, a doctor could not give the prescription or give a guidelines to the patient. So machine is the inspector and biomedical and clinical engineering is working behind of the scene. and optimize lifespan goal, prolong the usability of performance of the medical device. We need to investigate every day performance. Example, one cardiac defibrillator goes to 6 months, no maintenance. Example is functional quality 10 and maintenance score 5 and safety is 5. And summary of 15, 5, that is 20. If it comes to 16, then need to understand it is not safe. So after 3 months, you need to maintain. Final users, healthcare providers, hospitals, and medical device manufacturer. If we develop the module, final user, healthcare providers, hospital, and medical manufacturer, but major users, patients. Sub-objective assessing performance, conventionally technician, evaluating the effectiveness of the current training modules. Goal, identify areas of the improvement is technician training and competence. Final users, training institution, regulatory authorities, and healthcare organization. And we will collect the data, submit a paper to the Global Clinical Engineering Journal, gathering information on technician, medical device functionality, education and training curriculum. Goal, obtain comprehensive data to inform decision making and module development. And we wish to develop a module. And what is the benefit with engineers and without engineers? Then policymaker understand, motivated, enabled to take grip in brain and soul. What is the necessity? When cost analysis, they will automatically motivate it. Data collection methodology, secondary data, gathering data from low middle income countries like India, Bhutan, Nepal, Maldives, Mongolia, Bangladesh on BMT modules. Comparative analysis highlighted existing gaps. So we make a standard. We develop countries like Japan, America, as well as Brazil and other countries, though who are doing, and India also, what is the conducting. It is the referral data, and WHO data is available. Then we study how much resource there, how much resource we needed, and find the gaps. Example, so standard guideline for 1.5 million US dollar, we need one biomedical technician, and we assess and find the gaps, and we show the benefits to our stakeholders, because today the medical equipment has become an indispensable medicine. When a patient suffering need ICU ventilation, oxygen, therapeutic equipments, so it is the medicine. If the quality of the medicine deteriorate, obviously a patient will not be cured, and harm and hazards in the human body. Comparative analysis highlight existing gaps, tailoring the module based on findings and country-specific perspectives methodology, utilizing modern tools, using laptops, cameras, inbuilt cell phones, and pen drives for data collection and data analysis. Goal of the project, final users with the benefit, enhance the patient safety. Patient always think that we admitted in the hospital, no harm from the machine, no harm the surgical instrument, there is no firing, there is no gas leakage. They are the safety, and minimize adverse event related to the medical device, undesired injured, undesired firing, undesired maximum gas, nitrous oxide, halothan, isoflurane, minimization. Prolong the usability and performance of medical device, identify areas, improve the technician training and competence, obtain comprehensive data from module development. Adapted the findings leads to safer patient environment, enhance competency of biomedical engineer technician, contributes to safe medical device outcomes and cost saving at the national level. If we procured the equipment as well as we also include the cost for imported the technician technology. So the price of the procurement in lower middle east research countries like Bangladesh is very high. Example, if I see the one CT scan in Japan, lower price. In Bangladesh, higher price. And if we go to other countries to investigate the results, is low. In Bangladesh, very high, because you go to Bangladesh, a minimum $50 is needed for a CT scan, minimum. And he goes to MRI, need to $200 or $125. If you see the data, in Japan is $15. So initial investment is very high because we develop our human resource, low resource countries. Then that time for high-tech machine, we hired the technician or engineers. But preventive maintenance, installation, post-maintenance, calibration, safety, we can do that. So we are making and trying the clinical engineering association to develop a platform in our mother tongue, convert the English or Japanese to Bangla, and we are trying to motivate them to adapt it with the technology, because technology is sense and soul. Need to understand mother tongue. Training of the equipment users on appropriate device uses, improve return on investment, predictable medical device performance, and effective health programs. Our data is telling that the returns on the invest of the capital asset is very, very inferior. In some cases, we have seen that some machine has been in lower middle income countries procured and they are in box. And after warranty, they are installed. When they install, power is low. It's a major problem, all about the global problem in lower resources countries. Training of the equipment use appropriate devices, improve return on investment. So results, improve the patient outcomes and reduce the medical device related complication. So our results, what we are desiring, I hope this study will brings a good impact and benefits and results. By implementing this module, the present undesired patient satisfaction will be improved. Increased device lifespan. Now 6 years, it will be 10 years. And frequent procurement of equipment not necessary. That save the national international revenue, reduce downtime, and enhance the cost effectiveness, because people or patients comes to the hospital in order to obtain a cost effective treatment. I also declared that, okay, I spend dollars, but I need effective. Okay, I invested cost, I wish to be cured according to the standard other countries. Okay? Informed decision making, evidence-based policies, and optimized technician education and training. We wish to motivate our stakeholders and policymakers who are routering the healthcare. Last not least, it is our slogan, we have ship, we have passengers, we also captain. But the ship is moving in the middle of the sea due to lack of the ruddership of clinical and biomedical engineer. So we need to address globally the necessity of clinical or biomedical engineering department is a common platform, and to motivate it by our lecture, and we have need piloting project and show them what is the benefits. Hospital with engineering department without, then their brain will be open and sensing the organ and open the eyes, and they will assess necessity of biomedical and clinical engineering department in hospital that has been conducted by many countries. We have spent a lot of time. So thank you very much for patient hearing. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Anwar, for a wonderful presentation again. I do have a question for you.
Okay.
I like how you ended talking about hospitals with CE department and hospitals without. And oftentimes we talk about quality and safety that's improved and the life of the equipment. Do we have any data talking about how much cost savings take place in hospitals that have a proper biomedical engineering department and those that don't?
Yes. From the past data, we have a study regarding radiology imaging equipment, pathological equipment. Example, the investment for a CT scan, $6 million or $6, and capital invest, return on investment. If a hospital with biomedical engineer, then the estimated price which I spend for the equipments after 2 years, okay, if the government charges. And after 3 years, radiology equipment or ICU ventilators in our countries, the as usual charge near about per day $20, and for CT scan $150, and we analysis within 3 years. Say the machine price $10, then return on investment comes from the CT scan, example $100, 10 times. We can invest this money. It is a little bit charge. Government charges is near about $10 or $15. So every day, 100 patient or 200 patients experience everything is doing. And from a 1 ECG machine, near about 100 cardiac patient scanning, and they are putting up $0.1 and every day, and I analyze that from every machine. If we educated, learned, and employed the people, include their salary for the 5% maintenance budget, 3% of the equipment's price, and spare parts 2%. So return on investment is huge in our populated country. And you see that a lot of near about 1,650 private hospital executing, they are incoming huge money, and they are establishing. And they shown us the medical equipment business is good. They are giving the patient service reality. But if we introduce lot of hospital, I hope that if the investment for the clinical engineering department 2%, obviously after 2 or 3 years, the outcome of the equipment, it will be enhanced 100%, 90%, 80%. This is my analysis. Another, patient satisfaction, tremendous. Sometimes I was conducted bypass surgery and standing, National Institute of Cardiovascular Disease, and sometimes a catheterization. I see that when a patient smiling their face, then they are very much happy. A lot of phone I receive, they bless to Almighty Lord. They bless to Almighty Lord, and patient is laughing loudly and more satisfied. And I keep the data with engineers, without engineers, in which hospitals like us operate the equipment, preventive maintenance, corrective maintenance, regular maintenance, scheduled maintenance, make a plan PPM, and technological life cycle, technology assessment, their impact is very, very tremendous on results. Example, National Institute of Neuroscience diseases, and you see the results, other specialized institution, every day huge income, that is not income, this revenue, subsidized revenue. So to the best of my knowledge, I analyze the data, MRI, CT scan, radiology, ultrasound, and pathological. Last month, they invested 0.2 million, returned back $1 million. It is a little bit, but so our people, lower income countries people, always angry, annoyed. His result is good, this result is good, machine is reliable, no engineers, how to calibrate. So it is the sudden, simple or 10 passenger in our country or 20 country reagent or like other aircraft, make a lot of safety license engineer, whereas near about 500 hospitals, patients hospitals, 5,000 patient hospitals, they need near about 125 team of biomedical engineers, but there is little bit. So in this year, we introduced some biomedical equipment technician. We are conducted training, enhancing their skill, literacy, testing tools, and electronics and mechanical. We hope Bangladesh will develop and impact will be good from our side. So in this year, I am going to be retired, but I am not retired. Thanks to all to hear my patience lecture. Any question? Anybody? Please feel free to ask to me, because my sir is
lower resource countries, we have seen and case study that Some machines lifetime is 20 years or 25 years, more than 25 years sometimes.
Minhas, তুমি এদিক
What is the impact in this way? What is the impact on the patient? Can please
Okay.
explain it?
I understand your question. Medical equipment are some categorized. Some are measurement equipments, অর্থাৎ physiological parameter diagnostic. Say radiology or analytical equipment, gas analyzer, ECG. And some are therapeutic or life recovery. And some are conventional equipment, sterilization. Those equipment has been used sensor, computerized technology, electronic devices, they have certain time, life of span. But mechanical device has also lifetime. Usually we collect the data. You can use a autoclave, conventional autoclave, 10 to 15 years, it is metals. When the metals tempered, loss, and heat not adapted, there is incident. So you can use the conventional equipment like autoclave, HEPA filter, or other mechanical devices, say OT light, OT table, you can use according to your country perspectives. It depends on the research. What is the repairing cost? What is the result? So lifespan depend on the investment on return. Example, my income monthly near about $3,000 or $5,000. If I feel sick, then my family will give more money for my treatment, and even they transfer from Bangladesh to Singapore because they knows the return on investment of my father is high. If the return on the investment of the equipment is good, then you can repair. Need to engineering analysis. Understand?
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to echo something that we started out talking about. You know, we're spending too much money on healthcare, and reality is there's 30% waste in healthcare globally. It means that those activities are not optimized to patient outcomes. And when we talk about what you just shared, the value a CE brings to an enterprise, and this is the food for thought, right? Technology, digital health done correctly is an investment. Done incorrectly, it's a cost. So as we all look to improve access to healthcare, improve efficiency, I think all of us have to be asking the question, what is it that we need to spend the money on, and where can we actually avoid the expense so that we don't make those expensive errors? I do want to call on our Japanese delegation, see if Keiko or others from the Japanese CE Society would like to come up. I'd like to open the floor up for questions. I think we have about 10 minutes left, so we could certainly entertain questions from the floor, and I think we have a question. Would Keiko or somebody would like to come up? Anybody else? We have a mic here.
Hi.
Yeah, just a question. We're going to open the floor up for questions.
Okay.
If you have any comments, please feel free.
Yeah, I have a comment about MANCH and about the digital health system at home. Yeah, nowadays we realize prevention and home care treatment is important. But before we didn't realize. But now about the financial issue, most of the countries, even developed countries, have a big issue about finance. Because already he mentioned, it costs a lot for healthcare. So my question about you is, can we reduce the financial costs when we focus prevention and home care treatment?
Yeah. So I think the question you're asking is, if we shift care to home, can we reduce the costs? And I think the way I would answer is that by improving cost and cost efficiency, we will give more people access to healthcare. So really, I think that the ultimate challenge we have is 3 billion people lack access to healthcare. And I would even venture to say that even in the developed countries, many people, if not most, don't get to see the doctor when they need it, right? So if you go to a restaurant and you're hungry today and you say, I'd like to order this, they say, come back next week. Or they'll say, go to this place for your salad and this place for your dessert. We would never go back. This is common in healthcare, right? So I think the biggest way we need to look at this is that we have a limited amount of money. And we have to do a better job of spending that money. So yes, there'll be savings, but that savings needs to be appropriated for things that really are important to us as patients and us as consumers of healthcare.
So I have one solution like that. The question from Japan is good. When we design and every year doing the budget without parasite, and we cannot lead our life. So medicine is food supplement of our body, like machines. When we procure machine, then we have make a plan, because patient is give us the revenue. So we need to estimate during procure the equipment. Example, I have make to plan for my children. I need to plan how to educate it, how to learn. So we can need to consider equipments as children. Newborn need to technology selection, and then installation and budgeting and installation, commissioning and planning of preventive maintenance, corrective maintenance, and conducted price during the tender. Such price, this, and I can call to the local vendors every time it's okay. And in-house is cleaning, disinfection, conducting work order, and giving the bill. That's money, more of the countries, no problem. Because in this year, Bangladesh government provide a huge budget. But due to lack of the sense of our engineers, shortage of our engineers, we cannot routering. So last year, government give a huge budget, we spend only 37%. But due to lack of skilled clinical engineers and procurement methodology, as well as fault identification, technical specification, and contract management, we have only used 37% money of the total budget. So country to country, it will be, some countries no need spare parts, but if you ensure the preventive maintenance, I know the battery of the ECG machine after 2 years downtime. So I have a logbook. One battery is not more than $5. Tech, piping, and no problem. And I do disposable, okay, no problem. So all disposable and consumable item like medicine, why medical equipments will goes to the breakdown or failure? I have a car, my sir is telling that. I do the everyday preventing maintenance, calibration, fueling, mobiling, and everything. If we can fly the aircraft, no problem. Rail station, no problem. Bus, no problem. My car is no problem. My family is no problem. Why is problem in the hospital? This is the consideration from human ethics, mentality we need to fitness, and realized by our brain. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you happy?
Yeah. No, I just said we thank you very much, yeah. I think we have time for one more question. For the panel, if anybody has another question.
Sir, please. Anybody?
Do we have? Yeah, I think we had a question here, and I want to make sure the audience.
Thank you, sir. Very nice presentation.
The mic working?
Hello.
Yeah.
Very nice, sir. Excellent presentation. Sir, actually, I don't know what is the clinical engineering, or how does it comes medical disposable surgical devices. It can be applied on medical devices or not? And if applied, what is the usage?
Okay. Understand what is saying? Again, repeat the question, need to understand.
Sir, I don't know about clinical engineering. So I would like to know that medical surgical devices can be applied.
Yeah. So I think you're asking a very fundamental question.
Yes, sir.
Is what is the field of clinical engineering? Does it include medical devices? Does it not? And I think it's a very valid question because
Yes,
we
sir.
use nomenclature quite interchangeably. There's biomedical engineers, there's clinical engineers.
Yes, right,
So
sir.
I'm going to ask the experts here to answer. Would you like to take that?
Difference between, okay.
Difference between biomedical engineer and clinical engineer. I think it's kind of a, history, I would like to say, about, I think, 20 years ago, we didn't mention clinical engineer. But, biomedical engineer and clinical engineer, I think nowadays it is quite similar, but slightly different. Clinical engineer is maintain medical equipment, and biomedical engineer, I think, create medical equipment. So that is slightly different, but I think, they focus patient safety. So we need to collaborate both people. And I think that is, yeah.
Yes, yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Very much specific and relative questions. The definition of clinical engineers interfacing the machine with the patient safely to give the satisfaction, like nurses. Nurses address to the patient with medicine, ICU ventilators, oxygen concentrator, central pump, and everything easy to users friendly need clinical engineer. Of course, biomedical engineer. When an engineer attested in a hospital in the bedside, at the bedside of the patient, he is the clinical engineer. And parameter of the clinical engineer, he or she must be qualified bachelors of engineering, electrical, mechanical, biomedical, whatsoever. He or she note adaptation, need to understand the pulse of the medicine, doctor, nurses. Because we do not translate our engineering language to the medical science language, we can adjust it, adapt it with the patient. So need to understand the patient history, machine history, nurse's story, doctor's story, translator, as well as how the technology is growing on, need assessment. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
nice, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, very detailed answer, but I'll say the short answer is yes, because when you talk about big devices and little devices, we count on medical engineers, clinical engineers, biomedical engineers as a group to address that. And the GCEA and IFMBE represent that entire board of communities. I know that we are over time. I thank all our speakers for their participation and our panelists for answering the questions because they were here live. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, appreciation.
My pleasure. Nice job. Really appreciate it. And I think the next session is here. Oh, perfect.
खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तो कौम पे लुटाए जा, कदम कदम बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तो कौम पे लुटाए जा। खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तो कौम पे लुटाए जा, कदम कदम बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तो कौम पे लुटाए जा। बढ़ने से तू कभी न डर, उड़ा के दुश्मनों का सर तुझे वतन बढ़ाए जा, तू शेर हिंद आगे बढ़ने से तू कभी न डर, उड़ा के दुश्मनों का सर तुझे वतन बढ़ाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तू कौम पे लुटाए जा। बढ़ती रहे खुदा तेरी सुनता रहे, जो सामने तेरे खड़े तो खाक में मिलाए जा, हिम्मत तेरी बढ़ती रहे खुदा तेरी सुनता रहे, जो सामने तेरे खड़े तो खाक में मिलाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तू कौम पे लुटाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की कौम पे लुटाए जा। बढ़ने से तू कभी न डर, उड़ा के दुश्मनों का सर तुझे वतन बढ़ाए जा, तू शेर हिंद आगे बढ़ने से तू कभी न डर, उड़ा के दुश्मनों का सर तुझे वतन बढ़ाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तू कौम पे लुटाए जा। बढ़ती रहे खुदा तेरी सुनता रहे, जो सामने तेरे खड़े तो खाक में मिलाए जा, हिम्मत तेरी बढ़ती रहे खुदा तेरी सुनता रहे, जो सामने तेरे खड़े तो खाक में मिलाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तू कौम पे लुटाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की कौम पे लुटाए जा। बढ़ती रहे खुदा तेरी सुनता रहे, जो सामने तेरे खड़े तो खाक में मिलाए जा, हिम्मत तेरी बढ़ती रहे खुदा तेरी सुनता रहे, जो सामने तेरे खड़े तो खाक में मिलाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तू कौम पे लुटाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की कौम पे लुटाए जा। खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तो कौम पे लुटाए जा, कदम कदम बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तो कौम पे लुटाए जा। बढ़ने से तू कभी न डर, उड़ा के दुश्मनों का सर जो वतन बढ़ाए जा, तू शेर हिंद आगे बढ़ने से तू कभी न डर, उड़ा के दुश्मनों का सर जो वतन बढ़ाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तू कौम पे लुटाए जा। बढ़ती रहे खुदा तेरी सुनता रहे, जो सामने तेरे खड़े तो खाक में मिलाए जा, हिम्मत तेरी बढ़ती रहे खुदा तेरी सुनता रहे, जो सामने तेरे खड़े तो खाक में मिलाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तू कौम पे लुटाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की कौम पे लुटाए जा। बढ़ने से तू कभी न डर, उड़ा के दुश्मनों का सर जो वतन बढ़ाए जा, तू शेर हिंद आगे बढ़ने से तू कभी न डर, उड़ा के दुश्मनों का सर जो वतन बढ़ाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तू कौम पे लुटाए जा। बढ़ती रहे खुदा तेरी सुनता रहे, जो सामने तेरे खड़े तो खाक में मिलाए जा, हिम्मत तेरी बढ़ती रहे खुदा तेरी सुनता रहे, जो सामने तेरे खड़े तो खाक में मिलाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तू कौम पे लुटाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की कौम पे लुटाए जा। तेरी बढ़ती रहे खुदा तेरी सुनता रहे, जो सामने तेरे खड़े तो खाक में मिलाए जा, हिम्मत तेरी बढ़ती रहे खुदा तेरी सुनता रहे, जो सामने तेरे खड़े तो खाक में मिलाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तू कौम पे लुटाए जा, बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तू कौम पे लुटाए जा। खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तो कौम पे लुटाए जा, कदम कदम बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तो कौम पे लुटाए जा। बढ़ने से तू कभी न डर, उड़ा के दुश्मनों का सर, तुझे वतन बढ़ाए जा। तू शेर हिंद आगे बढ़ने से तू कभी न डर, उड़ा के दुश्मनों का सर, तुझे वतन बढ़ाए जा, वतन बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तू कौम पे लुटाए जा। बढ़ती रहे खुदा तेरी सुनता रहे, जो सामने तेरे खड़े तो खाक में मिलाए जा। हिम्मत तेरी बढ़ती रहे खुदा तेरी सुनता रहे, जो सामने तेरे खड़े तो खाक में मिलाए जा, कदम बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की तू कौम पे लुटाए जा, कदम कदम बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा, ये जिंदगी है कौम की कौम पे लुटाए जा।
You're not fine? Would you like to skip? So during a...
Maybe you can start talking about it while we pull it up.
Okay. But do you have mine? Or are you... Yeah, I gave it them.
So can we start the next pre-recorded session?
Yeah. So I think my presentation is not ready. So next, we would like to skip next person. Next person is Humatem from France, Cassie Blanc-Gomet, and they are not be around there, so we can show you presentation, virtual presentation.
Hello everybody, I'm Clarisse Delastre, biomedical engineer at ICEHTMC NGO. I'm here to present a part of the project Jenga Marifatu, which means to build knowledge in Swahili, and explain this innovative approach to strengthen medical device maintenance capacities in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC. So this project has been developed by several members of the ICEHTMC NGO. So ICEHTMC is a French NGO in official relation with the World Health Organization, specialized in international cooperation in the biomedical field. This project was led also with, in partnership with two Belgian NGOs, Médecins Sans Vacances and ULB Coopération. So to contextualize, the lack of medical device maintenance is a recurring problem in low and middle income countries, LMICs, and the Democratic Republic of Congo is not an exception. And it can be explained by the lack of trained biomedical professionals and healthcare staff, the lack of maintenance procedures fitting local constraints, excessive costs and therefore inaccessibility of conventional testers and simulators, but also the difficulties in the procurement of spare parts and accessories on the local markets. And finally, the weakness of peer networks, leaving technicians working in hospitals quite isolated. So the French NGO ICEHTMC presented an innovative approach, which was implemented as part of the Jenga Marifatu project, as I said at the beginning. And it was led in North and South Kivu in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So it's here on the map. It was from December 2020 to February 2023 in North and South, and in partnership with two Belgian NGOs, Amtz Congo. So it's here on the map. It was from December 2020 to February 2023, and in partnership with two Belgian NGOs, Médecins Sans Vacances and ULB Coopération, and the financing partner was the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So this project focused on emergency and resuscitation medical device as part of the COVID-19 response. It was aimed to build capacity in health technology management and in particular maintenance, to improve the quality and safety of care for healthcare stakeholders and more especially biomedical technicians and medical and paramedical staff. And so by extensions, the patients of the hospitals in which they work, but also staffs and patients of hospitals of other French-speaking low-middle-income countries. And it reached 24 hospitals from North and South Kivu in the Democratic Republic of Congo through different activities like 20 days of training for 35 hospitals biomedical technicians. It was on level 1 and 2 preventive maintenance, but to some extent on corrective maintenance, on emergency and resuscitation medical device, such as oxygen concentrators, patient monitors, ventilators. Each training was delivered by a pair of trainers, a French biomedical engineer and a Congolese biomedical technician as a local co-trainer. The program combined theory and practical work on a functional medical device, but as well there were 4 repair cafe sessions. It was on non-functional medical device, and they were brought directly in the formation sessions by the trainees. So the collective intelligence and the supplies of insurance by NGOs led to the troubleshooting and the repair of 48 medical devices. The trainees were also involved in the drafting of 8 maintenance procedures that ensure the quality control without using any expensive testers. and they were involved also in the production of 5 maintenance video tutorials that are already online. Moreover, 3 hospitals biomedical workshops were equipped, shipped out, and organized with technical tools, workbenches, shelvings, and storage containers, as you can see on this picture. This is a biomedical workshop in 3 hospitals after the support. And the biomedical staff were directly involved in their need assessment as well in the implementation of the workshop, of the biomedical workshop. But also there were a WhatsApp group that was created to link and create mutual support between biomedical technicians. And there were 2 days awareness raising symposium in Goma that aimed healthcare stakeholders in order to acknowledge the importance of health technology management, maintenance in particular, and efficient hospitals, biomedical departments. But not only highlight the urgent need to allocate resources in this area, but also encourage essential drug supply centers to become involved in the provision of products and services related to medical device. And then to promote the development of biomedical study program in universities. And in the same way as for biomedical staff, there were 20-day training that were organized for 57 medical and paramedical staff, addressing best practices in the use and upkeep, so that correspond to the level 1 of maintenance of the same medical devices I talked about for the biomedical training. And it was with the intervention of French and Belgian physician and a Congolese physician as a co-trainer, and also interventions of Congolese biomedical co-trainers. The trainees were also involved in the drafting of 7 protocols and 5 video tutorials on the medical device use and upkeep. So for the result, conclusion, and the future prospects of this project, the new biomedical and medical tools are now being used and respectively by Congolese biomedical staff and healthcare staff, and by personnel of other French-speaking low-middle-income countries. They in their daily work and or to train also colleagues interns. So to give you some figures, there are around 2,000 views of biomedical tutorials and 700 for medical tutorials in 6 months, showing that there is an interest from other French-speaking low-middle-income countries. So here you have the QR code of procedures and video tutorials for the oxygen concentrators, for example. Then healthcare stakeholders are increasingly aware of the importance of health technology management. There are some ideas and initiatives that are emerging in the Democratic Republic of Congo and elsewhere, along with many requests for international support. So to conclude, ICEHTM NGO will continue to implement this approach in other low-middle-income countries because there is also developing some additional tools with French biomedical volunteers, such as procedures and video tutorials, presenting in housemaking I was making and use of alternative testers and simulators, for example, on defibrillator, X-ray device, operating lamp, for instance. Well, this education tools will be made available online and for everybody.
Because, education is, we need to collaborate with others, yes? And then this time, French and DRC collaborate each other to improve their knowledge and experience using face-to-face seminar and congress and video and WhatsApp. Nowadays we have many methods to collaborate each other. So this is one of the super intelligent education system. So next will be my turn. And could you put my slide, please? Okay, so again, let me introduce myself. I'm Keiko Fukuta from Japan, and I am, I prepared my paper for, okay. I work in the Medical Center for Transgenerational Research, Department of Medical Innovation, Osaka University Hospital. Today, I am going to present a case study of successful participation in entrepreneurs education program for medical device development through medical engineering collaboration in Japan. Next, please. This is my team. And next, please. And these are the points of discussion today. Next, please. Okay, let me explain about my university briefly. Go to study. Osaka is located in the Japan, and it is the second biggest city in Japan. Could you press? Okay, thank you. Moreover, Osaka University is a comprehensive university abilities such as School of Letters, Economics, Law, Engineering, Faculty of Medicine, and so on. Next, please. It also hosts on-campus organizations such as the Osaka University Venture Capital, Institution for Open and Transdisciplinary Research Institution, and so on. Next, please. Okay. My department, Medical Center for Transactional Research, is one of the various departments in the hospital and is primarily engaged in developed research. Shown on the right, next please. Shown on the right are the products was supported for commercialization. It ranged from medical devices, regenerative medical products, and pharmaceutical, such as regenerative medicine heart sheet, orthopedic implant materials, skin disease ointment, and gene therapy drugs. Next, please. Here we have a basic process for commercialization with the required resources. During developing, we need to consider patent. Okay, next please. Patent, regular approval, risk management, QMS, reimbursement, related law, and academic society is necessary. Next, yes, okay. Human resource require diversity to fill positions such as CEO, CTO, CFO, CM, and so on. And finance is also essential, and there are some ways to receive such a government grants, venture capital, and so on. So you may realize that it is very, very complicated. A lot of information, knowledge, and experience we need. But unfortunately, in academic field, we have not learned business and those, necessary items. So next, please. Therefore, in Osaka University Hospital, we have been provided some entrepreneur education program. For example, Japan Biodesign Osaka, which originated from Stanford University. Also, last September, we established an original CEO entrepreneur education program called Training Program for Medical Healthcare Devices Startup CEOs, because we noticed that there are lack of CEOs in Japan. There are many CEOs in USA, but lack of CEO in Japan. Moreover, we have been participated as a cooperating institution. Yes, that's it. In the Biomedical Global Expansion Accelerator called BGEAR Program of Research Studio. For the past 5 years, we participated in 2022. One team from Osaka University participated in it. Next, please. This is the content of a research studio in 2022. It operated a boot camp for 2 days and selected 6 participative groups. The selected team participated in the main program, which included group work with mentors for 2 months. Then they have a business pitch in English. It is hard to Japanese, we don't speak English very much, but we had to do it pitch in English. And the top 3 teams got a chance to go to the UC San Diego to learn extra lessons and meet related firms, medical doctors, business partners, venture capital, and so on for international business. Next, please. It is a collaborated domestic and international program with Osaka University. Could you put, please? Yes. And Tsukuba University and UCSD. Yes. Next, please. Our products are made in collaboration with the hospital and the photonics hub in the School of Engineering in Osaka. This product uses Raman spectroscopy. The current Raman method used to have a single law. However, our product have 96 law, which save time. So moreover, current product power is very high, so we cannot use it in clinical sector. So our low exposure power product can be used in the medical safety. Next, please. However, unfortunately, on the first day of participation, our team clinical needs explanation was unclear due to the tech push and early stage production development. Therefore, we received low score. Next, please. The main program includes 3 hours of lesson per fortnight in essential knowledge, such as TPP, position competition, patient journey, regulatory approved strategy of patents, business module including reimbursement, market analysis, fundraising, increased capital structures, roadmap, and J-curve. Next, please. Also, the lessons were comprehensive. We require further lessons because our product's clinical significance was not clear to begin with. And these include search for unmet needs in various ways, form a team with various professions, and change our mindset from research to business. High motivation and confidence in the idea. Next, please. Okay. Research for unmet needs in various ways dug deeper into the search for medical requirement from general theory to search for paper and other sources. And the interviewing experts based on this search together with our mentor repeatedly, many times we did, yes, and also form a team with various professions. Form an autonomous team with distinct rules include engineer who can make technology, physician who know the needs, data analysis, he can analyze the data to make evidence. Business partner is maybe he can bring money, and expert of regulation and reimbursement. Next, please. Yes, changing our mindset from research to business. High motivation and confidence in the idea by cultivating a mindset of staying motivated, believing is one technology and concept, and switching from research mind to the business mind. The prevention improved dramatically. And next, please. First day. Unfortunately, unclear explanation in the clinical need due to tech push and early-stage product development. After the main and extra lesson, we made a clear demonstration of the product usage and benefit. Hence, the team was initially given low score, but were rated high in the final pitch, which allow us to participate in training program in UCSD. In UCSD, our team was able to pitch in many situations. Sometimes they said pitch 7 minutes, sometimes said 3 minutes, yeah? So they change the situation. And so we have done, and we receive better feedback. Therefore, we receive enough confidence to keep developing the technologies. Next, please. Current and future activities. Implement regular team meeting to discuss data collection for science evidence. We have been doing once a month, and establish an academic start-up venture company within this fiscal year, and enhance human resource and finance. Next, please. Overall, this program enable academics to fully develop their business in the development of medical devices and other products with consideration for overseas expansion. To enhance the search for unmet needs in various ways with various professions for tech push technology products. And wait, I'll find a paper for me. Okay, I cannot find. So, and to change mindset from research to business. It is also very, very important because, academic field, always we are thinking research. But research cannot make a huge money, yeah? We have to connect the business side. So we can make a money, we can show that, our, technology or product is very, useful and benefit for people. And to make a high motivation and confidence in the idea is required. And next, please. I think this is over, and this is my acknowledgement. And next, please. Thank you very much. At my email address, you can contact me anytime. And I think, collaboration each other, domestic and international is very important to improve capacity building. And so I think this is my final speech. So let's move to next person. I think the next person is Andrea Isaka from Russia, but I heard he's not around here, and Tom can present instead of him, but Tom is not around, so let me skip, and after Tom come back, I think I can give him a mic. And next is Tangaberu Shashikala from Malaysia. And, she wanted to join this, but unfortunately she had some emergency issue, so unfortunately she cannot come, and we didn't receive the virtual presentation. And next is Kim Greenwood from Canada, and presentation topic is staff demographic change in clinical engineering at CHEO, transitional toward diversity reflective of the Canadian population. I think a virtual presentation will be, yeah?
Hello, my name is Kim Greenwood. I'm coming from the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario in Ottawa, Canada. Today, I'm going to give you an overview on our staff demographic change in clinical engineering, a transition towards diversity reflective of the Canadian population. The team involved with this project presentation is myself, Kajol Madhu Sudain, and Nagoy. Back in 1997, when I first started at CHEO Clinical Engineering, the department was comprised of male individuals of an European ancestry. This composition reflected the historical trends in the field of engineering in North America. The team leadership recognized this inequity early on, and I made it a department priority to change this issue over time. Steps were implemented to improve the selection process for new staff within the department. Over time, societal perspectives evolved into a more in line with the department direction, and the greater emphasis was placed on diversity and inclusivity. As a result, CHEO has established an environment characterized by a workforce that exhibits greater diversity, mirroring demographic makeup of the Canadian population. The department has emerged as an example for other healthcare organizations, demonstrating a profound influence on the workforce. Embracing diversity and inclusivity can have on achieving exceptional healthcare results. By recognizing the value of diversity, CHEO has created an environment where staff members from various backgrounds can thrive, contribute their unique perspectives, and collectively work towards the highest quality of care for their patients. The department's commitment to embracing diversity serves as an example for other healthcare organizations, illustrating the transformative power of a diverse and inclusive workforce in the pursuit of excellence in healthcare delivery. We have experienced enhanced cooperation and collaboration with various institutions and organizations. Our clinical engineering program draws individuals from diverse locations, thereby reflecting its broad appeal. Additionally, the success of our regional clinical engineering program can be attributed to these compelling factors. The starting point. Wanting to foster change most often is easier said than done. An organization may have every intention of being an open and inclusive team, but the road to progress may be hampered by unconscious cultural and organizational bias. Most people are prone to stay within their comfort zone. Well, how do you break this cycle? A major inroad was made with our team selection process when we added clinical reps to the interview teams when hiring staff. Taking this step broadened the outlook of the interview team members. This helped change attitudes over time. Patience and remaining focused on long-term objectives is necessary to attain your end goals. In our case, it took a quarter century or more. You have to stay committed to a plan. Wanting to make this long-term goal a success requires a disciplined approach to change people's ingrained way of thinking. It is up to the team's leadership to make this change in demographics. It is hard work, but it is achievable. New employees must be encouraged and supported by mentoring and adequate training, particularly in the first years, must be provided to these employees until they gain some experience. Be ready to jump in as a leader when obstacles to success are encountered. Encourage new team members to obtain their professional certifications and get professionally involved early in their career. This will lead to ongoing career learning through networking and continuing education programs that will augment your own mentoring as a leader. Creating an inclusive workplace broadens the entire team's outlook. Over time, the team's demographics will change. This change will gradually be accepted. Don't get discouraged if progress is not immediate and consistent over time. Change will come, just be patient. Stay tuned on focused on your long-term goals. Maintaining a positive perspective is essential at all times. As a leader, continue to share your own personal experience of systemic change in your team. As your team begins to develop in a desired direction, you may need to prepare team members for more senior roles or leadership roles in the future. As a leader, you must always be cognizant that diversity brings multiple correct solutions to a problem. You must be open to new ways of doing things. The traditional way of doing things is not the only correct way of getting the job done. That's what I've learned in my long career. To succeed in creating a top performance team like our team, there are three fundamental things you must remember. Build trust, knock down barriers, and you yourself and get the team to embrace change. Now, moving to the data, and the data does speak for itself. You can see the demographic change between male and female staffing from 1997 to 2023. Certainly our department has grown, but we now sit at over 40% female staff. When looking at it from a visible minority perspective, over the 25-year period, you can see it was a slow start, but again, we now have over 45% of our staff from visible minorities. And this graph sort of summarizes the end results. We're in my opinion, we're doing quite well, and I think we're setting the road for others. And this is actually a slide of one team at one of our regional facilities. The main one, the CHEO, on a given day, I took this shot. This is 4 female engineers and 5 technologists, biomedical technologists from our team. Our end results. Over the last 2 decades, geoclinical engineering has seen substantial growth in the proportion of female and visible minority team members. The team's ratio of female and visible minority members now stands at an impressive 40.9% and 45% respectively. We exceeded the goal set by Engineers Canada of having 30% female representation in our engineering teams by 2030. GEO's clinical engineering team has demonstrated that a diverse and gender-based, a gender-balanced team can provide provide good service and become a leader in its field. The team's commitment to diversity and outstanding performance was recognized with a IFBME CED Outstanding Teamwork Award in 2016. Our accomplishments include team members assuming leadership roles in other facilities and with our own facility, delivering clinical engineering services, engaging local, national, international professional organizations, and actively participating in the educational journey of other clinical engineers through internships, summer programs, and more. Our strong partnership with the University of Ottawa and Carleton University, we have become a reliable provider of hands-on in-hospital internship programs for clinical engineering graduates, alongside other healthcare partners in our local community as well. Thank you. This is my presentation for today. If you have any specific questions, feel free to email me at the address shown here. And thank you very much for allowing me to present today.
And he showed us quite, nice presentation, because nowadays, even other country, demographic changes occurs. And before, usually, engineer is a male job, but, we both, female and male, 50-50. So this means that, we female also need to have a chance to work as a, engineer. And also, he mentioned vulnerable minority people. Also, if we support them, I think they can do it, and we can learn from them also. So that is a great, project, and I think, they received Outstanding Team Award. Yes, definitely they need to receive that, and I think we can learn from them very much. Okay, thank you very much. And next, I will be back, and Dr. Aledo, Andrea Isaka is not here. I think Tom will present instead of him, promoting CE and HTM education and training in Central Asia and other post-Soviet countries.
Thank you, Session Chair. So Dr. Isakov, some of you know him, many of you do not. He was actually in Adriana's position. She's been in that position. You heard me say this morning at when she gave a keynote that she's been in her role leading the medical device unit for WHO for 14 years, but she's been at WHO for 15. Prior to that, so that started in, those years were 2008 when she first came there and started the role in 2009. From the 80s till then, Andrei Isakov was in that leadership role, and you can see he's a very accomplished individual, a medical doctor, master's in public health, and a PhD. And he was a pediatric surgeon back in his home country of Russia. I think his father was Associate Minister of Health, Soviet Union, back in the day. So this is a physician that knows what he's talking about, for starters. And he's continued to be a part of CED and GCEA. He continues to operate his practice as a consultant out of Geneva, Switzerland, where he served with WHO for so many years, 25 plus years. So that's a little bit about the author. So the question is promoting clinical engineering and health technology management education and training in Central Asia and other post-Soviet countries. Let's see. I don't know, maybe move the next slide, guys. Oh, there it is. So it's more about him, and maybe the next. And I know you guys can read that. While you're reading that, I will say a couple things about what I know about this region. I'm not a Russian speaker, but that's okay. But I got involved in that part of the world in one of the Soviet Central Asian republics about 30 years ago. In this case, in the northwest corner of China, and we won't talk politics here, but is Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, and I think Kazakhstan is presenting in another session right now, our friends from Kazakhstan, and Tajikistan and Afghanistan, and but Afghanistan is a little bit, of course, different, and I don't know, Uma, are you out there? I'll wave. That's here representing Afghanistan but the other stands are somewhat similar. Uzbekistan, and there's a reason why I'm saying these names. So I've happened to go over the 30 years to Kyrgyzstan 8 times, 4 as a WHO consultant. But this story isn't about me, but it means, do I know something about this? A little bit, yeah. So he talks about, yeah, these things are important. Elliot and I have been involved in many of the U.S. National Clinical Engineering Society, American College of Clinical Engineering, ACCE, and others in the room have been involved with ACCE. But we did week-long seminars on best practices in clinical engineering and HTM for 25 years. And maybe we'll restart that soon globally with GCEA. And we started that, and we brought together engineers from developing countries and so forth, LMICs. But then engineers are nice people. We're not normally, Dr. Coley, is this true? That engineers are not normally in charge. You guys are. You physicians are, and other health administrators. So we started inviting you guys to these because engineers are nice people. We're not always in charge. But Adriana was kind of an exception to that because she was a clinical engineer, but she became #3 Ministry of Health in Mexico, 15 years into her practice. So, and, Keiko's done that, Ministry of Health Japan. So what's your point, Tom? Make a point here. So we started to get involved. Oh, one thing we learned from those advanced, we called them advanced clinical engineering workshops, but they're seminars, week-long seminars with these various people that knew something about health technologies and could grow. There were some of those seminars that were for Russian speakers along the way, and some of them in Russia, and some of them in other countries nearby. We brought some of them to the U.S. along the way. But Andre is saying here that there's not a lot of identified clinical engineers in these hospitals in post-Soviet Union countries, including the stands in Central Asia. And so, okay, so what are we going to do about it? And what is he suggesting we do about it? And he starts to talk about these workshops from ACCE in this second bullet. But I'll get to the point and then give you some minutes back. Oh, and by the way, there are presenters here, as you already heard me say, from Kazakhstan that are presenting, I think, during this time period in another room. There was a presenter from Ministry of Health, Kyrgyzstan, that has one of the papers being delivered. He is not, I don't think Talant is here with us this week. So their nearby neighbor, Afghanistan, is also represented here. So this is a part of the world that we're present in, and we want to do more. But an interesting thing happened back in May of this year. A young physician, medical school dean, became Minister of Health of Uzbekistan, which is a significant country in that part of the world, and they have a strong presence across that part of the world. And he tapped another physician leader in Uzbekistan to be his right-hand advisor. And I think he came into that role. I'm telling it as a story, but it's got an interesting twist. So he became the new minister in January, I think, of 2023. By April, he named a physician who actually was here in 2018. I met Dr. Nagora from, anyway, she turned to her clinical engineering friends from Germany and from us and said, so I think around middle of April 2 weeks after she was named, she called and said, I and my minister are coming to New York. Can you meet us? Well, you know, that's like saying I'm coming to Mumbai, and I live in, you know, Vizag, so maybe I can, maybe I can't, I don't know. But anyway, they came the second week of May. We got on a Zoom call with them. They asked for a memorandum of understanding. And the story I'm telling is, this is countries, when they get, and this is me talking about what I think is true, when they get smart enough to ask for us, what do they want? When they know they want to manage health technologies and manage their health system and the health technologies in their health system better, who do they turn to? And I would suggest to you the global clinical engineering community is ready to receive those kind of requests. And they wanted an MOU from GCEA in 1 week. And Yadin and I were in, I don't know, our friends from Italy are here, but we're in Italy that week, and so we worked on it together. And what did they want? They wanted education, to look at the biomedical engineering undergraduate and graduate programs they had and add best, you know, clinical engineering best practices to those programs. For the education, they wanted ongoing training of existing people and the new people that these educational institutions provide. They wanted policy help. But this is important, and I'm almost done. We said, if you want to go to where healthcare is going, it's not enough to have biomedical engineering, undergraduate and graduate, and clinical engineering injected to it, and all these other things I just mentioned. We have to have digital health included. And one reason I keep pointing is at Dr. Coley here, who you recognize as one of the health IT physician leaders of the world. He was board chairman of the HIMSS group, which has, what, 130,000 or something doctors and engineers and nurses and others around the world. So we had the right friend to lean on to help us write that into the MOU. And that begins training not just engineers and technicians, but that begins to train physicians and nurses from the beginning together of how we can deliver health technologies and digital health wisely together. So we built that component into the MOU. So on one hand, how did that story end? Well, Dr. Coley went on behalf of GCEA to Uzbekistan, because the minister that second week of May said, we want to write an MOU in 1 week, and we want you to come visit us before the end of the month, and we want you to deliver this educational program by 3 months from now. And we said, okay. And Dr. Coley did an outstanding job meeting people in several cities while he was there. Unfortunately, you know, lots of times, you know, a new minister says, I want this, I don't have any money to pay for it. And we didn't actually ask for profit, we just asked for expenses. And so I'll stop the story. So anyway, we've got a template on how to write an MOU, you know, that includes clinical engineering internships like Kim Greenwood was just talking about, for people, and all kinds of components like that. GCA and CED working together can pull those kind of things together for a country in a short period of time, and we could deliver it. But, you know, there has to be some financing involved, and, you know, maybe the forum that's coming up right after this Congress, you know, it's about innovation and funding. Maybe we'll find funding sources for these kind of activities moving forward. And Dr. Coley heads up an alliance that's working on fundraising around successful clinical care delivery in hard places around the world. So Andre is not talking about something, so maybe last slide, I think we might be done. So, yeah. But come on back up, session chair, but I think we're onto something here.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Tom. What I learned from Tom is that, you know, Dr. Andre, she has a power. Only one person can change our, you know, world. And also, what we need, involving people, involving more topic. So what we can do is that, you know, we can do it by ourselves, also involve other people. Thank you very much. And let's move. Next is He's going to present health technology management for integrated medical devices and information systems. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to use the microphone here instead. You get me on mic? Testing 1, 2, testing. Hear me okay? All right. To give you some information, I better start telling you a bit about me. So next slide. That's just me, maybe a younger version of me. And I knew Andrei Языков when he was in his first role in 1980. I've worked with Andrei for many decades. My background is kind of odd. I am a biomedical engineer by undergraduate training. I'm a master's degree, electrical engineer and computer science and computer engineering, and a doctorate in health and information technology. Now, at my heart and soul, I'm a clinical engineer. I get up every day trying to save a baby. I get up every day trying to save a patient. I get up every day trying to help a medical doctor or nurse do a better job. That's who Elliot Sloan is. Now, along my journey, I worked for ECRI Institute, and ECRI is a nonprofit organization and does testing of medical technologies to assure that they are safe, reliable, affordable, and has many, many, many different services and publications in that area. And I rose through that organization, first testing medical devices like oxygen therapy, defibrillators, monitors. Then I wound up taking over the computer department, running the computer department. Then I wound up running the whole laboratory and building an information system that resulted in CMMS, Computerized Maintenance Management Systems for hospitals. I thought that was a lot of fun for 15 years. Then I decided to go into medical device manufacturing and pharmaceutical manufacturing. So I worked for 10 years in a publicly traded company with pharmaceuticals, devices, repairs, maintenance. My hair turned gray, the hairline receded. And the whole time I was working with information technologies. And information technologies with my doctorate opened a whole gateway into the emerging world of integrated medical devices and technologies. Now, how many of you folks are in the pharmacy area? Okay. How many folks are in the clinical or biomedical engineering area? Okay. How many folks are medical doctors or nurses? All right. How many folks are in administration and policy? Okay, so it's a good mix. What did I miss? Well, I think you're all on the right bus. We're all in this together. Along the way, I've had to deal with regulatory organizations. I've worked with the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. I've worked with the U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technologies. I work with many, many global standards organizations in developing standards for medical devices, for quality systems, for interoperability of systems. You know, again, as a clinical engineer, I wake up every day thinking about that patient, thinking about that clinician, thinking about public health. And at the same time, as an information scientist, I think about all of the interesting and exciting things we can do and are doing with medical technology. How many of you are computer experts? Oh boy, here's one. How many of you are pretty good computer users? Okay. How many of you are digital natives? You grew up using technology for your life. No, it's not that many, but there are. The 21st century, especially this decade, and especially because of the pandemic, has rapidly accelerated the things we're doing in the merger of technologies. So take pharmaceuticals. Very few pharmaceuticals today are actually pure pharmaceuticals. Many, many technologies are drug-device combinations. You say, well, I don't know, a pill isn't a drug-device combination. How about vaccines? Those are definitely drug-device combinations. You need a syringe. You need a needle. You need to have a bottle. You need to have a sterile bottle. You need to have sterile water. You have to have control of serial numbers and lots and manufacturing and sources. How about an infusion pump? that is metering morphine or critical fluids into a premature baby? How about a home infusion system to help with pain management or recovery, or chemotherapy being done in home? Keiko mentioned home care as a global phenomenon. 20 years ago, my organization was renting half of our business around the United States was home care. And I would come to Japan, I'd come to Europe, I'd come to anywhere in the world, and they said, we don't do home care. We don't need it. We have beautiful hospitals. We have great doctors. During the pandemic, everybody learned about home care. Everybody learned about home care. And not just because it's usable, but also because we had to. We had too many patients to take care of. So we are seeing a fusion of technologies, pharmaceuticals, devices. Oh, how many of you are AI experts, artificial intelligence and machine learning? Boy, you have in your pocket an AI device. You have in your pocket a computer that's 150 times more powerful than I ever had for any of the services that I did for my entire organization at ECRI. And when you use Google, you're using AI. When you're doing any kind of web searches, you're using AI. Generative AI, Chat, GPT, any of these tools are AI. We talk about self-driving cars. You read about that. They're emerging. They're happening. Are they perfect? No. But you know what? Neither are drivers. Neither are doctors. The medical error rate around the world is somewhere in the 30% area. Now, I don't mean point at doctors and say, you made a mistake. The errors are diffused through the whole system. A patient is supposed to get one pill, and they don't have that pill, so the patient doesn't get the pill. Or the patient moves to another part of the hospital, and they don't get the pill they were supposed to get. It's still back in the other part of the hospital. Or the patient's discharged, and they never got the pill they were supposed to get. And the story goes on and on and on. Now, as clinical engineers, as opposed to the biomedical engineers who are designing in theory and translational research, converting into real products, the clinical engineer is more the point of care working with the patient. We have a big challenge and opportunity. The quote-unquote product is complex. Now think about automotive repair. Today, a car has maybe 20 different computers and maybe 50 different sensors. So when I was a kid, you could just reach into the carburetor and make a couple of adjustments, listen to how the motor worked, and all of a sudden, it would smooth out and you would have it set just right. When I started in biomedical engineering, you could take an infusion pump, put it on a stand, take a timer, and over a period of time in a graduated cylinder, you could look at exactly how many milliliters of liquid did it deliver per minute. You could do that precise measurement. You could take a defibrillator paddle, put it on a resistor, and fire it, and you could measure how much energy had it been delivered. Well, I know how that worked because I blew up a lot of resistors doing that when I was testing defibrillators. But the product today is an integrated system. The product tomorrow is going to be an intelligent system. We don't have a tape measure to measure intelligent systems. We have some big challenges and opportunities. When I asked about how many people understand AI or understand medical device combinations, the answer is probably not very many of us. So we have a need and an opportunity to develop skills in this merging field. And it's converging faster than we can catch up. These intelligent things are built into devices. I wear a watch that has a pulse oximeter, a heart arrhythmia monitor. It has the ability to track my activities. It has the ability to determine my health and wellness. Now, this is an Apple Watch, but now they're providing sensors. You can buy sensors for a few dollars. In the beginning of January, I'm going to go to a Consumer Electronics Show. They have a pavilion for mobile health that's as big as this entire area, this entire building. It's 3 times the size of this entire building of just mobile health technologies that are being sold for pennies, sensors being sold for pennies. So what I want to talk about a little bit is what skills do we need? The original skills we had were systems engineering. Systems engineering was to break things down into their components and then test the component to a specification. We talked about designing things in the, how many of you do project management? quite a few do, well, at least some of you do project management. The classic way of doing it is the waterfall method. You start with a systems analysis, you look at your requirements, you decide what the requirements are and design it, you build it, you test it, and send it out into the field. But how about if your product is going to be connected to 3 other products from other companies and are going to rely on those other products in order to deliver safe care? The model that's used in the aerospace industry and in manufacturing around the globe is called the V model. So let's show the next slide. And you can find this on Wikipedia. The V model is a model that it focuses on systems thinking. You do the individual discrete device design, you do the subsystem design and testing, and then you do the entire system design and testing. And there are 2 aspects of the V model, verification and validation. It means, does it meet the specifications? X number of millimeters per minute delivered of an infusion. Validation, is it valid for the intended use? For the nurse, the patient. Another part of my presentation this week relates to home care. If you have an 85-year-old person, they cannot see the display or control when their eyes are old and tired and they have cataracts. Their hands, which may have arthritis, can't push the buttons precisely. They have what's called neuropathy. They don't have feeling in their fingers. They can't touch and feel the tactile feedback. So verification, does it meet the specifications? Validation, does it meet the intended requirement? An example that we have is a big, big challenge in the medical technology field is alarm integration. When you go into a hospital, in a high-end research hospital, a patient may have 10, 15, 20 devices connected to them. And every one of those devices is going beep and flashing lights. How do you make those into a single dashboard so the physician can make a decision, the nurse can make a decision? If you just have a bunch of chaos, it sounds like the street out here with all of the tuk-tuks going beep, beep, and the horns are beep, beep. How do you know what's a real warning and how much is someone saying hi? What is a potential for a dangerous incident and what is just a reminder that there's someone there? So the V model is what manufacturers use and what government agencies use for aerospace. In an airplane, you have 20 different instruments, you have 100 different sensors, you have a pilot, a co-pilot, navigation system, you have systems for the engine, fuel, navigation. All of those things have to interoperate. Part of my role has been the interoperability standards to allow these systems to interoperate. Of course, that sounds great. But what happens when something fails? What happens when the network goes down? What happens to the ATM network? What happens to the patient care network when there is a disruption in the power and all the servers go down? So the next slide. We're working on standards. One of them is called MEDERA, the Medical Device Interoperability Reference Architecture. Now, you can find the paper. I'll be glad to send it to you. But what I want to point out here is an example of MEDERA. This is a self-contained closed-loop therapy that is dealing with cardiovascular. This is fluid management. This is one company's fluid management system. Over here, we have a blood pressure management system, which is a combination of several different companies' infusion devices and physiologic monitors. All of those communicate into a common bus, into electronic health record and safety control systems. Now, this is kind of like the self-driving car. This part is the self-driving car. This part is the perhaps semi-autonomous. So this is considered an autonomous device. This is a semi-autonomous device. These are made by different manufacturers. Just like in the automobiles, you go out here, you have Tata, you have Suzuki, you have Toyota. They all have to ballet together and not hurt anyone. We have to be thinking about this. And for the pharmacists, there's a whole lot of pharmacy going on in here. This is real-time pharmacologic intervention. These are closed-loop systems to keep the patient alive. These are being designed for the operating room. These are being designed to help free up the anesthesiologist and help them deal with more complex patients. And of course, the emergency medical services, the military, and others want these kinds of tools as well. So we have to build a new set of tools and communication between all of our disciplines so that we can master this and provide safe care. None of us can say, well, I'm going to stay in this real narrow area and not worry about all that other stuff. That's kind of like the driver in the tuk-tuk who put blinders on here and you take their horn away. The likelihood of injuries and accidents becomes very, very high. Oh, and by the way, embedded in all of this are AI systems, artificial intelligence. And they're hidden. I have no idea what my watch is doing. I have no way to test what my watch is doing. I have no idea if the algorithm for an atrial fibrillation is correct or not. When Apple sends out an update, I don't know if it's going to miss my atrial fibrillation. How do you know, how will we know, when these systems change, when they evolve? How do we know they play safely together? That's the challenge, that's the opportunity for the next generation of clinical engineers, pharmacists, administrators, policymakers to be thinking about, because you know what? We don't have enough physicians. We don't have enough nurses. We're going to have to send people home with technology that is affordable to help participate in their own care. And we're going to have to make these technologies safer, and that means we're going to have to work together as a team to make this happen. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Elliot. As I mentioned before, and Taberu Shashikara, she couldn't, this situation occurred to her, but I think Tom and present instead of her. Thank you very much, Tom.
So if you can tee up Sasikala from Malaysia. So I've gotten to know Sasikala from this is Adriana's work again, the Strategic Advisory Group for Medical Devices, otherwise known as STAG-MEDEV. And she also has, from Malaysia, has been working on regulation issues for the compendia of innovation for low-resource countries. So here in this presentation, Sasikala, that's my best pronunciation, who has been here but had to leave this morning just an hour ago because of a family emergency, as was just said, collaborated with her colleague. Actually, she's got two presentations in this B session. One in, and I think in this case, this is her work directly. So besides all that education you see about her, which is very cool, she's an advisor to her device entry, and she's former director of policy code and standard for basically the Ministry of Health Malaysia. So she's connecting here competency for medical device management and health delivery. So next slide, please. She is teaming up with Ms. Zatol. Very good. So maybe next slide, who's also a key health Malaysia. The competency program for technical personnel is very much like our certification and credentialing programs. We'll be talking about this, and we're looking at the framework for that. Next slide, please. Cool. This trajectories, pathways for biomedical engineers and technologists, and also related biomedical engineers, non-clinical engineers. Next, please. So here you involved, what's the framework look like, the competency level, matrix, competency assessment, career development. I believe you guys saw yesterday morning, many of you, what was it, the Global Clinical Summit, and we talked about some of the progress in capacity building and in credentialing, and we talked about a framework for low, middle, and high income countries around knowledge, infrastructure, actually knowledge, many parts, investment, which includes infrastructure, and competency. So something, this is a Malaysia, maybe equivalent of that framework. Next. So how did they do it in Malaysia? Well, they started with a law, Medical Device Act, back in 2012, and they want to assure competency for the clinical engineers, biomedical engineers in Malaysia. The Ministry of Health does, so next. So it's based on law, and then they assign various competency levels with maintenance skill, equipment complexity. What role do you play, engineer, technologist, technician? What, Elliot, you can help here. I know a lot of countries in Africa have the technologist role. It's still, maybe 4-year degree or higher, 3-year degree, 2-year degree, things like that. Certificate programs. Okay. No, you're doing good, but next slide. So, a little bit complicated. I won't dive in too far other than you can see what's good in level 1 is all the subspecialties of historical clinical engineering, diagnostic, OR, ER, ICU, lab, imaging, and then add in higher levels of that in the intermediate and advanced, and factory training. All of these contribute to competencies. Wow, lots of words here, but this is how a progress matrix. Next. Sure, this is starting with, this is a scope of repair, and you need more, and then the third line you need to all the skill sets, including digital. I say stuff, but I say it with a great deal of respect. I'm just talking about all the computer-related. Next. And so I think they'll speak for themselves, but they've worked hard at this competency work and framework. Next. So I didn't, honestly, I don't know everything. I've been around a while, but I didn't know Malaysia was doing this. So this is very cool. But it looks like they've got the base level and then various categories they can add on to that. Next. And so for their various levels, here's how they grade you out as you go through their process. Okay, next. Some people start college or university at age 16, 17, 18. Others, know about our field and have a lot of skill sets to bring to our field, and they'd be grandfathered. Whether they have all the degrees, I don't think is terribly important, but can they demonstrate those competencies and, with evidence of experience and so forth. And so grandfathering you into something where you don't maybe check every box previously, I think is a good thing. So apparently they allow that. And once again, kind of a complex way of looking at all the different kinds of skill sets that go into clinical engineering. Next. All right, the results, cool. So lots of different pathways in there for Malaysia and as a model for the other countries. And like number 3 bullet, establishment of that grandfathering. So in other words, the 35-year-old that maybe didn't jump through all those hoops early in their career could still get into these higher level roles if they can demonstrate that they have the skill to do that. And it's apparently this versatility of this program allows people to develop people in the subspecialties of clinical engineering that they need to have for the health ministry. That may be it. Last slide. Yeah. So I'm glad to see that work from Malaysia.
Thank you, Tom. Before, his presentation, I have an idea about the system of clinical engineering system in Malaysia, and she organized very well, and we can learn from her. I think I'd be happy to contact with you if you need more information about Malaysia. So let's move to next presentation. Next will be a virtual presentation from Colombia, from Ana Cristina Gerardo Canola, Lina Cruz, and Elisha Sanusi.
Hello, best regard from Colombia. My name is Ana Cristina Colorado. I am a biomedical engineer and a master in technology management, associated professor on the biomedical engineering program of the Institución Universitaria ITM of the city of Medellín, Colombia. Later, I supervised the clinical engineering resource group, with experience in metrology, life cycle of biomedical technology, and clinical engineering. Like my colleague Lina Cruz Parra, she apologizes for not being able to present at the presentation. The work that I am going to present to you is associated with education based on own technologies for biomedical engineer and related programs. And the ITN, and specifically in the research group, we consider that the implementation on education for own allows us to improve the academic skill of graduates of biomedical engineer and related careers. The school where professionals are trained must eventually aim in sell in new model, creating an educational model for own based on emerging technologies and new challenges created by the most recent developments, using resource development and innovation in all scientific, technological, and organizational activities aimed at generating, disseminating, and applying knowledge to obtain new products, processes, and services, along improving the competitiveness of future professionals in the field on action. The Institución Universitaria ITM on the city of Medellín is a public university institution that offers higher education service with excellence in research, innovation, development, teaching, extension, and administration. The ITM biomedical engineer appropriates professional skills in clinical engineering for the evaluation, design, development, management, and innovation of health technologies. Clinical engineering is a specialty that falls under biomedical engineering, but primarily works to develop, apply, and implement medical technology for optimal healthcare. For this reason, the main objectives of this project is to achieve the construction of an interactive hospital laboratory and the development of biomedical equipment through virtual and augmented reality for education in biomedical engineering programs and reality fields. The projection of the project is executing the construction process of the physical infrastructure on the interactive hospital laboratory and the virtual development and biomedical equipment through emerging technologies in the transformation on the education of biomedical engineers, clinical engineers, unrelated. The impact on the development of this project is aimed at future professionals and also those companies, organizations that require a laboratory with these characteristics in order to carry on training. Additionally, apart from carrying out this technological development and the management to begin the laboratory construction process, courses related to augmented and mixed reality will be implementing in agreement with other universities on a national and international level through strategies alliances. At a global level, there are courses related to emerging technologies implementing in many universities in the United States, among other countries, but not in Colombia with these characteristics. Universities face the challenge on producing successful graduates using new teaching methods, where students and teachers coexist in an environment that aligns with industry for on out which it become increasingly standardized. While there have been proposals for projects associated with biomedical engineering, there have not been any specifically focused on software projects for teaching the use of biomedical devices. And the ITM led by the Clinical Engineering Research Group, the objective is to establish a clinical engineering laboratory on interactive hospital laboratory, which allows studying to interact with simulate environments using virtual and augmented reality, big data, artificial intelligence in a virtual simulation environment. The interactive hospital laboratory and the development of biomedical equipment for biomedical engineering and the related field using emerging technologies will be the first project of the type at the national level. Additionally, it could be shared with other universities around the world. Health technology design is an interdisciplinary field that focus on the design of user-centered technological solutions to improve health and healthcare. The primary goal of the health technologies design is to improve health outcome by creating technologies that are safe, effective, person-centered, integrated into workflows, easy to use, and desirable from the end user perspective. From this concept, it was applied to design the proposal for the interactive hospital laboratory, a standard with first one, development of specialty software. Just mean objective is to bring professionals closer to the equipment, its operation, and critical errors. Finally, the ITM is developing a project in the research bed for the creation of various biomedical equipment so that the study can learn about using industry for a one, especially virtual and augmented reality, so that when to study is in a work environment they can perform a good management of technology in the healthcare environment. On the other hand, the ITV intends to create an interactive hospital laboratory with the purpose that study can interact with simulator and environments associated with a surgery, a hospitalization room, emergency room, and intensive care unit, ICU, among others, and a space to give education and training guidelines before entering to interact in a real environment. It is a plan to test the prototype of the software for the medical device in the first period of 2024. On the implementation on the prototype is successful, the project will be exhibit to seed investments with the ultimate goal of obtaining resources to continue with its development. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Anna. And I would like to introduce the last speaker, Shisha Bugi Bella from Portuguese. The topic is One Health, closing the distance between engineers and clinicians. Could you please start?
Good afternoon. My name is Cesar Vieira, and I will be presenting the session entitled One Health, Closing the Distance Between Engineers and Clinicians. Unfortunately, I was not able to join you in person for the Congress, so I still hope you enjoy this short session, which will address the interaction between engineers and clinicians in real life. I'm an intensive care medicine fellow from Lisbon, Portugal, and I currently work at Hospital Corri Cabral, which is a tertiary referral center, which specializes in organ transplantation. During the COVID pandemic, our ICU and our hospital was transformed into a COVID-19 dedicated unit. And during this time, several challenges arise from the use of ventilators, their strain on the facilities, and during this period, our interaction with clinical engineers was particularly intense. It was from this period that my interest in the interaction between clinicians and engineers and how we can improve healthcare through the optimization of this interaction arose. To understand how we can benefit from studying this interaction, I started from the One Health concept. Originally, different domains of health, such as human health, animal health or veterinary sciences, and environmental health were studied separately. However, the One Health concept studied the intersection of these three domains and how changes in one of the three domains affect the others, and how a global model for health and healthcare is essential in maintaining stability across the domains. My proposal is to use a similar model for clinical engineering and medicine. At the center of the interaction of these two groups of professionals is the patient. Patient care has grown in complexity over the last 30 years, with increasingly complex diagnostics, monitoring, and treatment devices, which have brought engineers to the forefront of healthcare. Also, constantly evolving knowledge requires physicians to stay up to date almost daily, and delivering the most adequate care with the most adequate device has become an increasing challenge for everyone involved. What hinders this interaction between physicians and engineers? First of all, the lack of a common language. Physicians are trained to diagnose and treat patients, while physicians are trained to design, build, and maintain devices. The development of clinical engineering tried to minimize these differences between physicians and engineers. However, there is still a strong focus on the device and the facility, and not to the specific and complex interaction between patients and the devices that are being used, especially out of a research setting. So when we go to real life in hospitals, there tends to be a focus on one hand on the devices and on the other on the patient. However, I believe that this distance does not benefit patients. And if we can change the training and the interaction between these two groups of professionals, great benefits can be derived for our patients. What can we do on the physician side? An increasing content of basic sciences and engineering sciences has to be included in the curricula involving healthcare, and has implied that physicians have to deal with extremely complex equipment and software, and sometimes they are not equipped with the necessary knowledge to do so. Also, the complexities of use and management and maintenance sometimes are not familiar to physicians. And so the practice of clinical engineering has to be part of the curricula so that they correctly understand the work of the clinical engineer and the advantage of working closely with a clinical engineer. On the other hand, despite improvements in the curricula of clinical engineers, what happens sometimes is out of research and development settings, there's too much of focus on the device, as I said. The presence of a strong component of physiology and pathophysiology in the original training, but also of diagnostics and treatment is necessary so that the engineer understands what physicians are aiming for. Also, the presence of engineers in grand rounds is also important so that they can witness firsthand how the whole mental process of diagnostics and treatment works in real life, but also to be able to provide physicians with suggestions on the best use of monitoring and treatment devices. Also, sometimes the intended use of devices does not correspond to the real use, and the presence of engineers in active clinical settings is extremely important so they can have a better idea of how devices are used and how the facilities are strained by actual patient care. What are the benefits that can be derived from this? First of all, the process from building to clinical unit to active ICU is a long one, and the interaction between both groups of professionals can mean that patients are better cared for in properly designed installations with sufficient room, with the adequate equipment, with ergonomic concerns. And engineers also have to be present because in this complex modern setting of medicine, sometimes there's a drastic change. Maybe 5 or 6 years ago, no one would think of the clinical scenario below, in which we have a COVID-19 patient receiving dialysis. COVID-19 was an excellent example of how clinicians and engineers need to talk to each other, because all of a sudden there was a massive need for an expansion of capacity. Facilities were strained, devices were scarce, and all sorts of new medical devices were introduced to clinical practice. New monitors, new ventilators, PPIs, and engineers have a very important role to help clinicians obtain the maximum gain from the use of these devices while ensuring that the devices are well maintained, are functioning properly, and that the facilities are able to support. On the other hand, physicians are essential in communicating with engineers their specific needs. What type of ventilation patients will need, what are the normal oxygen requirements for treating a certain type of patient, what type of dialysis will they need. And this crosstalk between both groups of professionals can be highly potentiated if there is a common language. clinical engineering or engineering can be considered the common language, but an effort has to be done from both sides in their training and their daily work to bring them together so that engineers can come a little bit out of their offices and talk to physicians, to nurses, to respiratory technicians, and other healthcare professionals. And also, physicians need to take a step back from the clinical setting and go over technical specifications and really understand how the technology that's at their disposal works so that they can use everything to their maximum potential. And in this way, we can ensure not only safe healthcare, but we can maximize the gains from what is made available to our patients. In order to expand a little bit on this short presentation, I leave you with 4 references where you can read not only on the aspects where we can improve with physicians, and we can also improve with engineers. Since unfortunately I was not able to join you in person, please feel free to contact me by email if you have any questions or you would like to discuss the issue further. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have a memorable Congress.
He gave us a good keyword, one team, and common language. I think since we have been working very hard, we have to realize we are in one team at the health sector, you know, like a doctor and a clinical engineer and biomedical engineer is in the team. So I think unfortunately COVID-19 pandemic and we received negative issue, and but the other hand we have a positive thing, like you know, people recognize how important clinical engineer and how important oxygen machine or you know ventilator, who operate, who maintenance, it's involving a clinical engineer. And so this means that, you know, we have to talk each other, physician and clinical engineer, and we can collaborate together. So I think, and this time we need a common language because, you know, engineers speak engineer language and physicians speak physician language. So sometimes we cannot understand, but we, you know, our focus is patient safety, patient treatment. So one goal we have, so we have to talk each other same language. So thank you very much. And we still have 15 minutes to go to lunch. I think Elliot is here. And I think, Elliot, could you come?
And I can be Tom Judd and Andre Isakov and whoever you want me to be.
Yeah.
Are there questions or comments? Observations? Concerns? Please speak up. This is your forum, your opportunity to meet colleagues from around the world, and I'm sure whatever question you have, others have. There's a saying, there's no stupid question.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, in Japan, you know, many equipment now have AI and also automatic something, and people think maybe we will lose our job,
right?
Because of, you know, automatic something is, you know, in the hospital. So what do you think?
Yeah, well, so my father was a radiologist, and the radiology field is one of the first fields that adopted artificial intelligence for tumor detection, for looking at mammography, for looking at anomalies. And the radiologists have said the same thing. What if we run out of work? My perspective is, given the global 8 billion people, we ain't going to run out of work. They're going to have, perhaps the AI can help with the common situations. But there's a lot more. As people live 80, 90, 100 years, the complexity of their healthcare needs goes up and up and up. So I don't think AI is going to replace the physician. The AI is not going to replace someone holding someone's hand and looking in their eyes and understanding that they're fearful and sad. At least not anytime in the near future. So the touch, the concern, the compassion, AI won't be doing. Now what it can do is help the doctor or nurse do their job faster and better. I have a car, a Toyota RAV4. When I go too close to the edge of the road, it bumps the steering wheel back. It reminds me that I'm getting a little off course. So I think AI's proper role, Dr. Coley says it's actually augmented intelligence. Augmented intelligence.
Thank you, thank you. And anybody from floor?
What do you folks feel are the most important priorities in capacity building for your communities, for your profession? What skills do you need? What knowledge do you need? Yes. It's hard for me to see, and I don't want to fall down these steps. Oh, a microphone's coming your way.
My name is Jagdish. I represent the state of Tamil Nadu. I'm a clinical engineer. My question is, my comments regarding the capacity building in the context of clinical engineering is, normally we have a very good background with technological aspects, managing medical equipment, its maintenance, so on and so forth. It's completely technical. So what we think is, likewise, doctors, they have good skills, clinical skills. They have such skills for treating patients. There is a huge gap in both the professions. One is doctors being able to understand technology.
Right.
For that, there are programs, continuing education programs, and we have various manufacturers and vendors that supports that talent for the doctors. They get used to the technology and how to apply that. So those technologies, it is getting taken care of. But when it comes to biomedical engineering or clinical engineering professionals, getting the clinical knowledge, there is a huge gap. There is no program which actually provides the clinical knowledge, clinical knowledge at least to the basic level, to be able to communicate effectively with the doctors. For instance, say if we have a ventilator that is connected to a patient, and if a complaint is raised on that ventilator, we'll be able to check the technical parameters and other stuff, so on and so forth. And maximum, we can connect that ventilator to a calibration machine and check volume, flow, so on and so forth. Though, normally how it is assessed from a clinician perspective is that they'll connect the patient to ETCO2, and that's the golden standard to know whether the carbon dioxide is coming out or not. And also, they will be able to check the internal parameters like partial pressure of oxygen, carbon dioxide, so on and so forth using an ABG machine. So I personally feel that we lack those knowledges. So if a doctor says that the patient SpO2 is not achieving, we normally check the oxygen sensors, we check the oxygen lines and other things. I firmly believe that we need to able to give a proper solution. So there may be reasons why a patient is not getting a proper ventilation using a ventilator. It may be not necessarily the problem of the ventilator, it could be the patient himself. So to effectively communicate with the doctors, to be able to understand their jargon or knowledge, I think clinical engineering professionals need to have some program in place which will give some basic understanding of clinical things. We, of course, learn anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, microbiology, so all those courses are in the curriculum. But a little bit deeper into the patient care, where to the basic level we'll be able to bridge the gap that's existing. So clinical knowledge imparting to clinical engineering professionals, I don't think As far as I'm concerned, I don't think there is a program, at least in India.
That's an interesting observation, and it makes me think about some of the interesting gaps. In my career, I've spent time in the operating room. I've worked with orthopedic surgeons and gastrointestinal surgeons, and I've held patients' hands in the radiology. I've been in the pediatric intensive care. I've worked with nurses bagging premature babies. But it just occurred to me that some engineers may spend all of their time just in a technical service area and have never been in a hospital or haven't spent much time with the patient. So I think that's an important area and opportunity to pursue in your country, in your region, in your hospital. I mean, when I travel around the world, and I've been in Moldova, Romania, Mongolia, Bulgaria, working in the hospitals, and throughout the U.S., so I take for granted, and I grew up as a kid in a hospital, so I take for granted that people understand that. Now, let me give you another perspective. Our information technology brothers and sisters who work with networks, and they're now moving 2 miles away from the hospital, 3 miles away from the hospital. They're now remote, and they don't even really know about patients. So I think you're opening up a possibility there. Perhaps we can provide training modules that relate to actual patient care. Perhaps we should be doing that. Perhaps we should have some seminars presented by medical doctors and by nurses who can talk with us about the differences for ventilation for neonates, which require very rapid, very low volume deliveries versus obese patients who may have a completely different set of requirements versus someone who's had thoracic surgery who may have very different requirements. So I think there's an opportunity. I think that's something to bring up. Maybe write an article for the Global Clinical Engineering Journal that talks about more clinical experience for clinical engineers. That, by the way, is one of the challenges that the classic biomedical engineer who is in a university and working on a theory-based simulation may never have actually been in the hospital. They've read about it, but they haven't actually worked with patients. So I think there's a real value. Do you have any thoughts about that? Dr. Coley?
I think it's a very important and valid and timely question. I draw a parallel to digital health and medical informatics. It's the same kind of challenge where we are working with IT professionals who may or may not have had exposure to patient care, and helping them understand the clinical workflows, helping them understand the nuances without sending them to medical school, becomes a lifelong investment in building teams. And what you're pointing to is actually a need for medical education reform, where we go from a physician-centered model to a team-based model, where we begin to bring nursing and physicians and allied health and clinical engineers and informatics professionals together in the quest for patient care. And part of that is complex problem solving, because each one will bring different competencies, and there's probably an opportunity for us to have some formal training curriculum in each domain, whether it's CEs, whether it's physicians, whether it's nursing. And that really is the intersection between digital health, clinical medicine, and CE.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's easier for us to learn those skills than to expect a nurse to learn about physics and pneumatics and power and energy. I don't think that's realistic. That's not why they come into the field. I think we come into the field with a technical skill set, and we're passionate about the patient. Another aspect of our field that's very important is physicians and nurses tend to specialize and subspecialize. They don't go out of their department. We go through the entire hospital. To us, the hospital is an entire, I'll use the word playground playfully, but it's our entire field. We're welcome in pediatric intensive care, neonatal intensive care, regular intensive care, laboratory radiology. So we play an integrating role across these technologies and fields that most clinicians today don't do. And again, I'm not dismissing your because I think you've got an opportunity, a big opportunity, for us to improve our skills. Other areas of development. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Deborah Aloyo. I'm from Uganda. With reference to capacity building, we almost have an opposite problem. In Uganda and East Africa, most of the biomeds are expected to only repair medical equipment. And so a biomed has a lot of experience with the equipment, resolving technical issues. But the challenge is that although they're able to resolve issues with medical equipment, they're not able to influence from a management perspective gaps that are identified with this equipment. So you find that a biomed only specializes in repair, and they cannot do anything else. They cannot influence the life cycle of the equipment. So how can we leverage on this community to influence institutions that are providing education to biomeds? And
yes, you're absolutely right. And it makes me sad to hear you say that. When I joined ECRI in 1975, their first issue, Volume 1, Issue 3, was equipment control programs. And it described procurement planning and procurement negotiation and manuals and service parts as a fundamental part of any organization's use of medical equipment. We have a whole area of health technology assessment and health technology management. And the good and the bad is, although ventilators and the like have become ubiquitous, and now politicians can talk about them, they can use the words, but they don't realize that it's like buying cars. You need tires, you need brakes, you need repair technicians, you need spark plugs, you need fuel, you need oil, you need light bulbs. Yeah, I mean, it makes me sad, but on the other hand, it's an opportunity.
yes, and the last thing is we've talked about how we are evolving the healthcare space, and we are now moving towards integrating AI with medical equipment. What advice would you give a biomed who has been supporting traditional medical equipment without even the computerized medical management systems in the first place? What advice would you give us so that we do not make the mistakes that have been made over the years using these integrated systems?
Well, I'll give you Dr. Sloan's first rule of computers. All of you remember, the computer is an idiot. The computer is an idiot. It is an abacus that can add and subtract 1. That's all modern computers can do. Now, they can do 1 trillion of those additions and subtractions in a second, but the computer is an idiot. So first things in acquiring technologies is make sure that it has a fail-safe mode where it will do its primary function properly if the AI or other assistive technologies work. Just like in a car, you still need to be able to steer if the power steering fails. That should be your first demand for next generation technologies. Make sure it has a fault-tolerant, fail-safe behavior. The only way you can diagnose an improperly functioning device is to turn off all that other stuff and make sure that the fundamental pieces work. In that Madeira medical device interoperability architecture, the devices, when they wake up, they tell each other, hi, I'm online, just like your car. The braking system says I'm online, the steering system says I'm online, the transmission says I'm ready to go. And if something starts to fail, your car should begin to tell you, red light, go to the side, stop. So as we have these new technologies, look for technologies that have a simple functional mode that you can fall back on. I think we're probably 1 minute away from our time, and I didn't even let you talk.
Yeah, so thank you very much, everybody. Before closing, I would like to say thank you very much to be here. And I also would like to add one more thing. I think Ebola mentioned, and he got a good thing. But I think what is important for us, both issues, is that maybe, we can knock a door to the department to talk with people, yes? And what do you want from me, or what can I do? So just we can talk each other, and then if your supervisor says, no, this is not our job, but you can talk with them, and because you can change, young generation can change, old generation also can change. So this means that, what we need to build our capacity is, I think, talk each other, even AI situation and hospital situation. And so this is, I think, easy way to improve your capacity. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
And Professor Shankar Krishnan, he is a past president of IFMBE, the program which this event is being conducted by IFMBE, and we have him here. He's also the vice president of IUPESM, the executive council member of WFEO, and he's also a professor at Boston University, USA. Without delaying, I would like to give the stage to Professor Shankar Krishnan. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here. It just turns out that this session has 8 presenters, but it looks like 1 or 2 presenters are not here. So we started a little late, I think, and then I have requested this young lady here to show when there are 4 minutes before the presentation ends. Don't show it for me, I will take more time. And then 2 minutes before, so, okay? 4 minutes and 2 minutes. But, because there are others not here, we may be a little bit flexible, Initially, I was thinking I was going to give half an hour talk, so I have 60 slides. Then I trimmed a little bit, So let's see. How many of you are educators here? I think that's good. So this would be of some interest to you, I think there are some students here and some recent graduates, right? Actually, in IFMB, I started a division called Students and Recent Graduates. And I think afterwards, after the session, you can talk to me, you can get involved in this one. We are trying to encourage more students and recent graduates and people who are, planning to do graduate studies to get into this. Okay. So as you know, there are so many technological advances, right? And biomedical field, healthcare field is embracing all this. And who is benefiting? The patients are benefiting. The healthcare system is benefiting. So who are all the people involved? Doctors are involved, nurses are involved, radiologists and technicians, and engineers are also involved. Engineers are involved, but they don't necessarily get all the recognition. But it turns out that the need for biomedical engineers across the world is increasing. And it is therefore a special requirement that we have programs to train biomedical engineers in the multidisciplinary training. Okay? So if you see at the world market for medical devices, it has been consistently growing. Okay? So you can find that it's going all the way, and we start talking about in trillions of dollars. I think it's high. Okay? Biomedical engineering graduates are also increasing considerably. This is just the US data. It is difficult to get data from other countries because many programs do not have necessarily the biomedical engineering degree. They may have electrical engineering or mechanical engineering specialized in this. And of course, master's programs, this is undergraduate programs. Okay? So the need for biomedical engineers in R&D, in manufacturing, in operations, regulatory affairs, quality assurance, service, and training. You know, many people believe that they are either in R&D or in service. Actually, they cover a broad range of disciplines within the biomedical engineering field. Okay? Who is responsible for training them? Of course, academics, industry, and government. You know, it's actually, some of you may have heard of this triple helix model, where we need academia, industry, and government to work together for doing R&D and also preparing the future engineers. And this applies to biomedical engineers as well. Okay? And in terms of resources available, they are not the same throughout the world. All of you know that. Okay? And they vary widely by region and also by countries. Okay? So in low resource situations, the challenges may be much more than in some other situations like in the US. Okay? So we will try to make it not only the program, I thought I will also show you some advances in biomedical engineering. In fact, I had like 20 more slides, but because of the time I cut those down, but we'll just have a glimpse of some emerging trends in biomedical engineering. I will identify the challenges in educating future biomedical engineers and propose biomedical engineering models. Okay? So this will be for designing the undergraduate programs. You know, there are some master's programs, and PhD programs are going to be very specific to the student's problem. So undergraduate is the more difficult part. Okay? Definition of biomedical engineering. It's really a fusion of disciplines. It has engineering, electrical, mechanical, civil, structural, chemical, materials, computer, all types of engineering. And mathematics, physical, and life sciences. Okay? Then you combine them to solve problems in medicine and biology. So that's the basic fundamental definition of biomedical engineering. It is engineering. Okay? So this is just, I'll just show you samples. I'll show a lot of images quickly. Of course, we work at cardiovascular systems, cancer, stroke, diabetes, neurological, renal. These are the like top from the WHO list. Okay? Biomedical engineers work with all of these. Okay? We develop, design, manufacture, train, install, service, and take care of throughout the whole life cycle of tools, techniques, devices, and systems for early stage detection of diseases, also to assess the stage of the disease and come up with techniques to provide treatment or therapy and do assessment after that, and thus making their contribution. Okay? Rehabilitation is also included, and I didn't use a lot of prevention, but that's a complete big area. You know, when prevention comes in, biomedical engineer role so big, so big. So right now we are talking about the disease, the sick people. Okay? Some of the new areas, artificial intelligence and machine learning. I heard this spoken during lunchtime by some people. Okay? Internet of Things, big data and predictive analytics, okay? 3D printing and additive manufacturing, nanotechnology, okay? Virtual reality and augmented reality, smart sensors and wearables, robotics, cloud computing, cybersecurity, digital twins. Okay? Imaging, you know, MRI, CT, PET scanners, ultrasound. Ultrasound has really gone so much, you know, 3D, 4D ultrasound, and so on. Okay? So this is a very good example of biomedical engineering. You have a tiny pill that you swallow. You have to have so much electronics within a small device, and it has all the techniques to capture the image. And with modern technology of artificial intelligence, you can also do the analysis of this. Okay? But of course, the interesting thing is this pill, starts from the mouth and you know where it ends, right? Therefore, you have to make it cost effective because it's disposable, one-time use only. So even though you have technology, if it's going to cost $1,000, it will not be covered by insurance. So there is a challenge for that. Okay. Smart biosensors. We have data sets from small smart sensors on the body, tracking continuously a variety of health metrics: heart rate, blood pressure, oxygen saturation level, activity, sleep patterns, monitoring patients' health in real time. Okay? So telemedicine, we heard a lot about telemedicine as well. AI, AI used in classifying skin lesions, cardiac health from ECG, identifying retinopathy from eye images, detecting lung cancer from CT scans. Interesting thing that you may or may not know, FDA has already approved 530 artificial intelligence, machine learning enabled medical devices. Okay, so that is really fantastic. And this is really good, which means there is AI and machine learning coming in all aspects of medical devices. Okay. This is just, I had like 10 of these, but I'm just showing the e-tattoo is, electronic tattoo. You can get detection of heart disease right from that. The ultra-thin, lightweight e-tattoo attaches to the chest for continuous mobile heart monitoring outside of a clinical setting. Prosthesis, big example. The reason I show this picture, I live in Boston, and some of you have probably heard about Boston bombing about 10 years ago. So there was marathon, and there was a bombing, and this lady actually lost her feet in the bombing. She was a ballet dancer, and right after the bombing, they said it should never have happened, but in Boston they got the best care. And she is able to regain her previous movements. Also, like prosthetic arm, defense is interested, and people who have suffered injuries and accidents and so on. I think prostheses have been very helpful. Implants, you know about stents, they have actually gone through several variations and they have been very helpful. ICDs are implantable cardioverter defibrillators. Okay. These are commonly used now. Okay. LVADs, left ventricular assist devices. In fact, in Boston, they have a big facility doing this. Okay. Of late, the new thing is transcatheter aortic valve replacement. I may need a little extra time. We started late. Okay. But thanks for reminding. Yeah. Robots. Robots are not only used for surgery, but they're also used in other applications. Okay. Targeted drug delivery systems. Okay. Telemedicine and home health care. Telehealth and home health care is going to become more common. Okay. This means there is going to be a big growth in the field of biomedical engineering. Internet of Things, I think you heard about them before. IoT, IoT, Internet of Medical Things. VR, virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. That's going to be used particularly in medical education. Also will be coming. I heard some questions earlier. I think these things could be helpful. BCI, brain-computer interface, 3D printing, and additive manufacturing. Bioprinting. In fact, I have video for each, but it'll take 3 hours to cover all of them. Okay. Organ on a chip, not far away from where my office is. They have liver on a chip, lung on a chip, and all that. Okay. CRISPR, the lady who worked on that, they got the Nobel Prize right now. Clustered, regularly interspaced shot, palindromic repeat gene editing. Okay. And also next generation sequencing. The reason I'm showing this, there is so much cloud computing in healthcare. Okay. So all these medical education with immersive technologies, AI and machine learning in healthcare. Okay. So what are the major issues in healthcare today? Cost and transparency, consumer experience, data and analytics, interoperability, funding, business, and operating models. Okay. Digital talent and building digital capability, interoperability and cybersecurity, scalability, different care models, regulations, accreditation, ethics, maintaining trust in digital age, and failures and recalls. You need to just look at recalls also. It's very important. Okay? So I just showed, you may have seen that ChatGPT, somebody, they took the exam for the doctors and ChatGPT did very well. Okay? So in challenges in educating future engineers, rapid technological innovations, I showed a lot of examples. Time constraints, there are only like 4 years, it's very short. Manpower and facility requirements, funding for program development and financial sustainability, attracting and retaining good students, recruiting dedicated faculty, program accreditation, that's very important. Adaptive to emerging trends and pedagogies and technologies. Okay. So this is just like a curriculum model where you have core courses in biomedical engineering, elective courses, and then design projects. You also have electrical, mechanical engineering, maybe chemical engineering, materials engineering, but you need to have all this background. You have to have mathematics, physics, chemistry, and so on. Okay? So these are basic things one needs to have in the first couple of years. Then these are courses related to biomedical engineering. So in addition to this, you have elective courses. You cannot have all of them, so select 2 or 3. So you have medical devices, clinical engineering, medical optics and imaging, informatics, robotics, prosthetics, AI and analytics, medical device networks. And we also have ethics and regulatory affairs. So there are 4 models. I don't have much time here, but I'm just going to say the first model is normally preparing people to go into master's and PhD, not to go directly to work after bachelor's degree. So they're all trained to be doing more research. Okay? That is the first model, which is common. If you go to US News and World Report, the top 20 universities are doing this. Model 2 is for people who are going to do more hands-on work. It could be clinical engineers or biomedical engineers who have got more internship, and they are not so math heavy in their courses. So that is very common. So this is not the top tier. No, these are very much needed for the industry. Model 3 is for people who come after like a diploma or so, and then they have to take additional courses to bridge. And this is possible. That is the Model 3. The 4th model is for people who have different background. They have biology background, or they have got chemistry or physics or computer science, and they want to do biomedical engineering. Is it possible? Yes. So these are 4 different models that can go, but they all need to have internship. So I designed at Mass General Hospital a very dedicated internship model. Okay? And what are the rewards? We have a program, the graduates will be very efficient, and they'll be very productive in industry. And by training future engineers, we lead to economic growth. Healthcare delivery itself will become more effective, and it will lead to cost containment. Okay? New inventions and innovative solutions to emerging healthcare problems by the future biomedical engineers. And it will cause a major societal impact. Okay? And they will continue to contribute towards better life for people globally. That is the aim of biomedical engineers. Okay? So the conclusion is this: we have many models that I showed. The requirements will vary. You cannot take a model from a website and put it in your university. It's not going to work. So everything has to be fine-tuned, custom-made. It will be site-specific, region-specific, country-specific, and also will depend on the resources, will depend on the regulations, will depend upon participation from industry, and also from administration and government. So I go back to the model I said, the triple helix model, where you have academia, industry, and government. You need to involve them in order to have this to be very successful, and all of us will work towards educating superior biomedical engineers to achieve better health globally. Thank you very much. I'm sorry it took a little longer, but there is one person or maybe 2 missing. So we will reserve the time at the end to answer any questions. It's not a big group, so we'll have time with coffee and so on. So I guess we have our good distinguished faculty from Italy. I think there are 3 of you, right? Professor Ashevich, Milos Ashevich is, I actually saw him in Rome a few years ago, and I saw him in Bosnia just recently, in Sarajevo. We are all very active. So he's giving the presentation on 3 decades of clinical engineering study program in Trieste from Italy. Please join me in welcoming Professor. Yeah, thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank the organization for organizing such a successful conference, and Professor Krishnan for the introduction. I'm Milos ICEHTMC. I'm Assistant Professor of Biomedical and Clinical Engineering at University of Trieste, and today I will share our experience in education of clinical engineers, which started more than 30 years ago. Continuous and up-to-date education through dedicated study programs is essential for delivering high-quality clinical engineering services. We are now living in the era characterized by rapid technological growth, as well as continuous global challenges related also to the healthcare. So, in this context, in last decades, continuous and rapid evolution of healthcare-related technologies and management models placed a constant demand on clinical engineers to acquire new knowledge and skills. To respond to this demand, over the course of 30 years, the University of Trieste provided dedicated study programs for higher education in clinical engineering to meet the ever-changing professional challenges in this rapid growing field. In the early 90s, the first independent biomedical engineers courses were established in Italy. Not those in electronics and informatics with some curriculums in biomedical engineering, but the dedicated biomedical engineering programs. However, the first study program in clinical engineering in Italy, and nowadays is still the only one completely dedicated also to the clinical engineering, was established at the University of Trieste in 1991. This program was established after a series of studies conducted at Trieste University Hospital Technical Service, which at the time was directed by Diego Braver in collaboration with the National Research Council of Pisa. And the results of this study pushed towards the establishment of a new internal engineering team at Trieste University Hospital, and subsequently the founding of the External Clinical Engineering Service Company. As you well know, in this period, it became clear that we need these new high professional figures. And following that, the academics from University of Trieste, jointly with experts with this field who had the experience that I mentioned earlier, created a first study program in clinical engineering as a biannual postgraduate specialty school, which at the time was directed by Professor Inchingolo. In 1993, the first generation of students completed their studies and they graduated in the presence of Italian Minister of Health, and the first generation, together with other engineers which were already employed in the hospitals in Italy, as well as some other experts from the field, established Italian Association of Clinical Engineers. And In 2003, the initial study program was evolved into study path composed by a master degree study program, which was followed by 1 year postgraduate professional course. In the years to follow, these study programs were coordinated and directed, still now are directed by Professor Accardo, who is here today with us. These study programs encompass a range of courses taught by both academic faculty and professionals from hospital and private companies. These courses range from the classical biomedical engineering courses, as all of those previously mentioned by Professor Krishnan, and as biology, physiology, physiopathology, the basics of informatics, electronics, and the application in biomedical engineering, biomedical devices, signal processing, to the new emerging technologies such as ICT, information technology, and artificial intelligence-based technologies. But we decided also to give the opportunity to our students to choose the curriculum in dedicated clinical engineering, where they can study the courses in areas of regulatory affairs, health technology assessment, health technology management, maintenance strategies, hospital information system, hospital plans, management of internal and external clinical engineering services, procurement, and quality insurance. Most of these courses in clinical engineering are also taught by experts from this field in order to assure up-to-date courses to the students. Nowadays, how I reported here how our studies in biomedical and clinical engineering are structured today. We have a bachelor degree in biomedical engineering, which is a 3-year degree, and after that, master degree in clinical engineering. In the bachelor degree program, the students can choose information engineering curricula or industrial engineering curricula. And after that, in the master degree study program, they can choose the classical biomedical engineering program or dedicated clinical engineering program with all the courses that I mentioned before. After that, we offer also to our students, but also to the students from the Italy and abroad, a postgraduate master professional course in clinical engineering, which is postgraduate course, which involves many professionals and experts from the area, and also is endorsed by Italian Association of Clinical Engineers, and it's in collaboration also with the Niguarda Hospital in Milan. We have also the PhD study programs, but they are more for the students interested in basic and applied research. But we have, in all these years, we organized different international clinical engineering schools and workshops. I will mention only one. Since 2003, every year we organize a spring school in clinical engineering, which gathers more than 30 students every year for different 14 Central Europe countries. Over the course of these 30 years, we have trained a total of more than 860 clinical engineers, and we are currently employed in clinical engineering services, both in Italy and abroad. These professionals actively contribute to the operation of both internal and external clinical engineering services, public and private companies, which are into the medtech, along with other who work in the medical device manufacturers companies. As a conclusion, our study program provided in all these years a comprehensive education which covers crucial technical and management skills required by clinical engineering services. I would like to thank you for the attention and acknowledge all my colleagues and our team here in Trieste. Thank you. Here are my contacts. Thank you.
I think we will delay the questions at the end, so we'll catch up with the time, if it is okay with you, because we are slightly behind schedule. So it turns out that Professor Francine Amtz, the title is Improving the Quality of Services Through Setting Up Clinical Engineering Departments and Proper Maintenance Workshops in Hospitals, is not here, but I think they sent the abstract. We'll just project the abstract I think you have in your abstract book. Yeah. Can you make it larger, or the font size? You cannot. That's good. No, they talk about things in Rwanda, but I've not. Is there anybody in Rwanda who can make a comment on this? See, I myself, I have been involved for several years, not only in universities teaching from undergraduate. I even consulted for polytechnic diploma holders, associate degree holders, to masters and PhD and postdoctoral fellows, and also faculty training since I set up departments. So I've been in the field for over 40 years in industry, also in R&D, manufacturing, and hospital management. And I worked in hospital, in Mass General Hospital, which is Harvard University Hospital. I was affiliated with Singapore General Hospital, 1,800 beds. So setting up clinical engineering departments not easy. It varies. It depends on the hospital size. It depends on the facilities you have. It depends on the support, the resources you have, right? So I think the situation in Rwanda is somewhat unique. I think different countries have different problems. But because of attending conferences like this, you get to hear from others what are the solutions. And then you can try to see whether it is economically viable to have a clinical engineering department in-house or try to have a contract. Sometimes the administrators will like to make sure that the budget that is allocated is sufficient for proper operation. Of course, everybody cares for safety and efficacy, and you need to also have the hospitals accredited. And in order to do that, they need to go through proper procedures, and a fully established clinical engineering department is essential. You have heard many presentations earlier on, so I would suggest that if you have any questions, you can stay back, and then we can talk about it. And in this way, we are probably caught up with the time. So this abstract is in the book that you have picked up. If you have any questions, I may be able to answer as well, towards the end of the session. And our Professor Frank Buscemini had a question, so if you will allow us, we'll catch up on time, because some people may want to attend specific sessions, so I'm trying to keep up with the time. So in that case, we are really on time with the next presentation, number 302. You have it? recorded. The title is Clinical Engineering in Puerto Rico by Wilfredo Farinos Coronado and Jonathan Mariro Rosali. Okay, so can we have this, please?
Hi, my name is Jonathan Marrero Rosali, and together with Wilfredo Fariñas Coronado, we've worked on a paper called the Clinical Engineering in Puerto Rico. Thank you for accepting us to present this paper in the ICEHTMC 2023. So the island of Puerto Rico is a Caribbean island that is an unincorporated territory of the United States. As such, it offers a unique blend of American and Spanish influences, creating a distinct cultural identity. Puerto Rico greatly benefits from this relationship as big corporations that are in manufacturing and other corporations such as healthcare corporations seek to establish shop in Puerto Rico. This is due to the fact that the island offers tax exemptions for these corporations, and it also provides specific benefits to the corporations as well. Another thing that benefits the manufacturing industry in Puerto Rico is the Buy American Act, which is a federal regulation which basically requires federal agencies in the US government to procure or buy domestic materials and products. This in turn creates a tremendous opportunity for manufacturers located in Puerto Rico since the island is considered part of the United States. So anything manufactured in Puerto Rico complies with the Buy American Act first. State of Clinical Engineering Puerto Rico. Today, there is a thriving ecosystem that supports both healthcare facilities and biomedical manufacturing. Biomedical manufacturing being the larger one of the two. Home to several prominent healthcare facilities, including hospitals, clinics, and research centers, which in turn are attended by skilled biomedical and clinical engineers to ensure the optimal performance and safety of their medical equipment. Puerto Rico offers an extensive catalog of health services. These are offered via various financing modalities or insurance companies. The private sector maintains the most considerable portion of participation in these services. However, the government maintains the most significant volume of high-risk cases since the state mainly offers services at the tertiary level. The Registry of Hospitals and Healthcare Facilities of the Department of Health in Puerto Rico indicates that there are 67 hospitals, 12 of which are public, and the remaining 56 and the remaining 55 are private. This represents that 16.7% of hospitals are public, while around 83.3% are in the private sector. The metropolitan region has the highest number of hospitals per inhabitant, with a ratio of 1 hospital for every 40,420 inhabitants. Puerto Rico, in terms of human resources, has around 54,120 active healthcare professionals, of which 8,225 are doctors, 24,777 are nurses, 2,729 are medical technologists, 2,428 pharmacists, and 1,457 dentists, representing 73.3% of all healthcare professionals. A staggering 38.8% of all healthcare professionals are concentrated in the metropolitan region, resulting in 42.4% of the doctors and 38% of the nurses being concentrated in this region. 75.2% of the doctors and 70.9% of the rest of the healthcare professionals work in the private sector. The remainder work in public service or volunteer. So there is a workforce demand for clinical engineers. At over $300 million, the government has acquired highly sophisticated equipment for diagnosis, treatment, and the most advanced information security and data processing technologies available to its patients. However, none of these healthcare centers, both public and private, have clinical engineering services or biomedical engineering services. In Puerto Rico, only the Polytechnic University of Puerto Rico offers a bachelor's degree in biomedical engineering, where a minor in clinical engineering is also offered. There is an urgent need to offer clinical engineering services in Puerto Rico and for the government to associate with the clinical engineering entities to modernize and update the administrative structures of the healthcare facilities. The island's biomedical manufacturing industry is known for its production of medical devices, equipments, and supplies. This sector provides numerous employment opportunities for biomedical and clinical engineering engineers who are involved in the design, development, and manufacturing processes. With a focus on innovation and quality control, these engineers contribute to the production of cutting-edge medical technologies that are utilized not only locally, but also exported globally, bolstering Puerto Rico's reputation as a center for biomedical excellence. The collaboration between healthcare facilities and biomedical manufacturing facilities in Puerto Rico fosters a mutually beneficial relationship between them. Clinical engineers often work closely with manufacturers to ensure the seamless integration and functionality of newly acquired medical equipment within healthcare facilities. This collaboration facilitates innovation, research, and knowledge exchange, ultimately enhancing patient care outcomes. Special thanks to the Polytechnic University of Puerto Rico for helping us conduct this research, the Department of Health and Government of Puerto Rico, and special the Secretary for the Regulation Certification of Health Facilities of Puerto Rico, which provided the data presented in the previous presentation. And that is our presentation. Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, please feel free to contact us.
Well, thanks to the team from Puerto Rico. Yeah, I think I was in Puerto Rico for a conference. A month later, the hurricane hit and wiped out 70% of the electricity, right in Puerto Rico. It was so bad, and biomedical engineers were needed really, really badly. I think they have to have this disaster planning. So it turns out that we are slightly ahead of time. Now we have 5 minutes, so we can catch up with your questions. So can you give the microphone to Professor Simini? He had a question for you. Yeah, after him, I'll give you the time.
Thank you. I was going to mention something about the graduation and post-graduation in clinical engineering, and it reminded me of the session we had this morning on clinical engineering and our analysis we made of what to teach and how to teach for clinical engineering proficiency. Our analysis stopped at the laurea magistrale level, in a sense. And my question would be, what do you teach after the laurea magistrale to have a clinical engineering specialization? Because most of the academic stuff or content has been taught before. What is the balance between theoretical work and practical practice in the what you call postgraduate clinical engineering?
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, indeed. We have two different paths, okay, for the postgraduate courses in clinical engineers. One for those which received a lot of education in clinical engineering during the master degree laurea magistrale, okay, and for the others which is more for who who has a master degree in biomedical engineering with one of two courses of clinical engineering. Okay. Those who didn't hear pretty much about specific clinical engineering topics during the master degree, as quality assurance, regulatory affairs, and so on, they have to follow all the courses. But who had those courses during the master degree, okay, has more in-depth, up-to-date, it's not informations about everyday life. We have, which are not full-time academia professor, which are contract professor, okay. We medtech companies, maybe from in regulatory affairs, or near some company they working in quality department, graduate courses. They have also opportunity to hear something from the field and to the field, because I agree that from presentation in 1991 we studied postgraduate specialty courses, which was equivalent of the resident courses for the clinicians, and it was foreseen also to have a long internship, and maybe in the future, I hope so, that we will turn back into, because in 2003, Italy, there was a new law that says that only Faculty of Medicine and Faculty of Pharmacy can have great specialties like residents and so on. And I think that is the right direction. Thank you. That we re-establish the lot of not hands-on, but a lot on traineeships in the field. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. My question goes to Prof. So Prof, I really like the presentation that you gave us early, and it's very, very informative. I'm actually not in the education sector, but I do a lot of in-service training. Can you hear me?
Internship training?
In-service, like I train the people who are at the facility level, the people who have already graduated from the colleges, and they are actually maintaining the devices. So my question is, you outlined different levels of biomedical engineering training. There was level 1 going all the way to, I think, level 4 or something. I just wanted to confirm, do we have a particular standard where these levels are mentioned, can go and refer, so as to advise on, customization of the same? Where can I get this in the PPT? But I'm wondering, on a broader scale, where do I get it? Thank you.
So you would like to, you can all hear me, right? So you like to know, with the different levels of biomedical engineer working in hospitals, what are their compensation, or what are the expectations, and so on? Okay, that's a very good question. So it turns out, I myself have worked in university, but I've been affiliated with small hospitals, community hospital, 200 beds, but I didn't work there, I was consultant. And then teaching hospitals, Harvard University Hospital is very large, more than 1,000 beds, a lot of specialties, right? And then 500-bed hospitals as well. So the definition of this level 1, 2, and so on, if you want to see the US Department of Labor try to have a definition, in fact, I was a consultant for them to define. It is a little bit arbitrary, it depends on the size of the hospital, okay? So as you will all know, that this BMET, biomedical engineering technician, they have 2-year degree or polytechnic diploma. They work as technicians. And clinical engineers are above them. So typically you will have a clinical engineer, or in some place they call biomedical engineer 1, will have like at least 2 technicians working. So 2 technicians will report to the clinical engineer, right? So clinical engineer will be doing more involved things, engineering related, whereas the technician will do routine things, in terms of maintenance and so on. So the salary will vary. The salary will vary depending on the state, the city, and so on, right? But in terms of training, when I went to Mass General, I was in Singapore for several years. Singapore, they always gave a lot of money for training because it's very important. So, if there is money in the budget, then it can be given. If there's no money in the budget, so the heads of the department will have to put in some money for training. And training, as you will know, if you go to General Electric or Philips or Siemens or Beckman, one of the Medtronic, they are very expensive, right? And they may not give you information about all the models also. So one of I think useful ways is to have some kind of this blogs and groups. Nowadays, if you see Amy, they have questions people ask and let them know. Veterans Administration, I would suggest you to look at VA hospitals. So VA hospitals, there is the US government, and they try to different ranges. And also at one time, they wanted to have certification. So if a person has got a degree, he's got some salary level, some package, some expectation, and if a person is a certified clinical engineer like CCE will have, it was very difficult to have across the whole. So because it is also related to money, it becomes a sensitive issue. And so money is, when a person is hired based on the qualification experience, and then it is on the performance. The university increase is only like 3% or something. It's not really very large. So if person wants bigger increases, they go to companies and work in the service departments. They may cover a region. They may be specialists in only one hospital, one clinical engineering system or medical device, but cover for the whole state. And if it is very complex, they may cover for a whole region or even whole country. And super complex, they will cover several countries. So they have ways to go up. But the definition of this level 1, 2, 3, typically in engineering is like assistant engineer, engineer 1, engineer 2, senior engineer 1, senior engineer 2, then principal engineer. Then they become project engineer, project manager, and then supervisor, manager, and director. That's the, yeah, okay. I have, I can also, from, there was a presentation by the Puerto Rico on the clinical engineering departments. If you have questions, I'll be here afterwards. I have worked in universities for many years, so I would be able to give some exposure. I also worked in industry, and I have also worked in 4 different countries. So I worked in India, I worked in US, I worked in Singapore, and I also worked in the Middle East. But as the president of International Federation, I have a chance to visit more than 45 countries. So I'm kind of having a little bit of knowledge, and I'll be glad to share with you and answer any questions you have. Okay. So I think now we are caught up. We want to keep our friend very happy. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? So the presentation is on the benefits. The benefits of clinical engineering in large-scale healthcare.
Hello, hi everyone.
redevelopment
My name is
projects
Parisa
in
Bahrami, and I'm
Canada.
here today with my colleague Payal Mandat.
This is by Payal Mandat and Paris Baram. You have that?
Hello, hi everyone. My name is Parisa Bahrami, and I'm here today with. Hello, hi everyone. My name is Parisa Bahrami, and I'm here today with my colleague Payal Mandat to give you a presentation about the benefits of clinical engineering in large-scale healthcare redevelopment projects, specifically in Canada. So Payal is a clinical engineer by background. She currently works at the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario in Canada, and I'm a clinical engineer as well, and I work at the London Health Sciences Centre in Ontario in Canada. So we want to talk about the redevelopment projects and the role that clinical engineering can play in such projects. So as you know, redevelopment projects in healthcare are quite complex. They are multi-phase and they typically span through multiple years. And because these buildings are built to last for a minimum of 50 to 70 years, they need to serve the population in future years. And as a result, they need to be designed with future in mind, either in terms of the building or, equipment that goes into the building for the near future. And in places like Canada, that healthcare system is publicly funded. Obviously, we have limited budgets that are allocated to the redevelopment projects. And as a result, they need to be managed quite well. And as a result, the equipment budget should be managed properly to reduce inefficiencies and unexpected costs. And as I mentioned, also they need to be future oriented. Although healthcare system in Canada is publicly funded, but there are private entities that play a role in redevelopment projects. So they could range from consultants, engineering firms that help the hospital or Ministry of Health in planning and designing the building, or it could be a private entity that helps the hospital to build the facility. So they work hand in hand, but the funding comes from the public sector, and that's why it needs to be secured. And clinical engineering could play various roles in different stages of the project. In initial stages, when we're talking about high-level planning, the role may not be as obvious, but as we go to more detailed planning of the project and implementation, the role becomes more important because clinical engineering has a knowledge of medical equipment technology. They understand the procurement processes. They know various players at the hospital, and they know also equipment vendors and suppliers. And because typically they have a critical eye for detail, they can reduce inefficiencies and prevent costs to the change orders that can happen at the end of the project or downstream. So if we can go to the next slide, basically the goal of our project is to raise awareness about the importance of involving clinical engineering in redevelopment projects. And it's good to mention that, even in Canada, between various provinces or in various facilities, the role of clinical engineering in redevelopment projects could vary significantly. So if in a province or in a hospital, there is a high-profile clinical engineering department, then usually the leadership is aware of the value that they can bring to the table, and they are more likely to involve them in the planning and implementation of such projects. But if clinical engineering is not present, or they have a very small presence in the facility or in that province, then there is less likely for them to be involved in the project. And we want to mention that regardless of the jurisdiction that the redevelopment project is being implemented in, if the project is publicly or privately funded, or the scale of the project, it's very important to involve clinical engineering. And we want to bring that importance to the attention of healthcare leaders, project planning teams, and Ministry of Health and funding entities to highlight the value and the benefits that clinical engineering can bring to such projects.
Thanks, Parisa. So Parisa and I did a survey across Canada where we reached out to our peers working in the hospital and healthcare environments and asked about their experience working with redevelopment projects. We had a total of 9 responses, and we'll share some of the results that we received from our survey in the next slides. So as you can see, our 9 responses were distributed over different provinces, but Ontario was the highest number of responses we received. If you look at the next graph, the total cost of the projects from the participants ranged between 1.5 to 2 billion all the way to less than 50 million as well. And so if you do a calculative sum of the cost of these projects, they range between 8 to 10 billion dollars. And that just shows a small scale of how many projects we have and the total cost of those projects that are happening in Canada. So on the left, the planning experience of the survey participants. So in Canada, when we plan for equipment in the hospitals, it can be distributed in different categories. So we will have medical equipment, we will have IT equipment that falls in ICAT. Typically, we will have furniture, we will have fixture. Base building items are items that typically don't move, and then infrastructure and other items as well. So of our participants that participate in the survey, a majority of them had experience planning for medical equipment, but at the same time, they also had experience planning for some of the other categories. And then on the right at the top, if you look at the associated departments, so most of the participants came from biomedical and clinical engineering, but sometimes they also fell under planning and redevelopment or facilities departments in the hospitals. The prior work experience, so typically these participants that were planning for medical equipment in other categories, they either came from biomedical and clinical engineering, which was again the highest category. Some of them also had planning experience in other redevelopment projects. And then there were a few that were from other work experiences as well. And finally, if you look at the benefits of the clinical engineering that these participants indicated from clinical engineering being involved in the project, the highest was fleet standardization. So fleet standardization would mean between your different areas in the hospital, you would standardize to the same type of equipment, which provides efficiencies in workflow. It provides familiarity for the staff and also for service. Cost savings as well. So because clinical engineering teams have a keen eye for detail, they were able to achieve a lot of cost savings in the project. Ensuring equipment is a good fit for the clinical environment. So ensuring that the equipment you're planning for aligns with your environment and the different equipment work together seamlessly is again one of the higher benefits that were indicated. Future-proofing technological implementation. So as Parisa mentioned, once you build a hospital, it has to last for many years. It has to last for 50 to 70 years at least. So future-proofing your planning phase so that in the future, as new technologies evolve, you're able to bring them into the hospital environment was also a key benefit that was indicated. And then last but definitely not the least, increasing patient and staff safety and developing policies. So through clinical engineering involvement, you're able to increase your patient and staff safety as well as develop policies for the project. Also, some of the effects from lack of clinical engineering involvement that were seen in some of the projects, and these are some of the comments that we received as well. One was helping clinicians ordering only what they need and not something they will use. So often in an effort to be cost efficient, having that good communication between the teams to ensure that only what is required is being purchased, and having correct equipment requirement list is beneficial. Next one was incorrect RFP responses. So in Canada, because we are a public entity for healthcare, often we have to do RFPs or requests for procurement, which is a formal way of asking vendors to submit their options and then evaluating them. So our clinical engineering teams are heavily involved usually in these processes. And so if you don't have clinical engineering involvement during the RFP or the procurement phase, you can have additional requirements that you would identify post-implementation, and that could cause costly change orders. And then the last comment there where it says in the past projects when clinical engineering was not involved, often equipment was found not fit for the purpose, not non-standard within the facility. Probably it's not functional on the first day. You could be missing key utilities and supplies. If the users are not trained to work with the new technology, or biomedical engineering does not have the test tools to do the inspections for the incoming equipment in the hospital environment, that could also be some of the effects if clinical engineering is not involved well throughout the project. So those were some of the survey results. I hope you found them useful. Paris and I would like to thank everyone for your.
Very good. We are actually very much on time, so we will go to the next presentation. It is by Bruce Compton. It is a pre-recorded presentation. The title is Insights and Opportunities to Transform International Health Workforce Recruitment and Capacity. Dr. Bruce Compton, you have 2301. Yeah, it's the pre-recorded version.
Good afternoon. I'm Bruce Compton with the Catholic Health Association of the United States. I work with our member agencies here in the US as they do global health work around the world. The Catholic Health Association is a member association. It includes over 600 hospitals in the United States, many of whom do have global health outreach activities. I really want to share with you today a new discussion paper and some research that we had done that really talks about opportunities and insights to transform international health workforce recruitment and capacity. This is part of a research project that CHA commissioned Accenture Development Partnerships to do. CHA's work. This was done in collaboration with CHA's Working Group on Global Health Workforce. It involved a comprehensive literature review and interviews with over 30 global stakeholders from high, medium, and low-income countries, and many of those were associated with the Catholic Health Ministry. But in order to talk about it, I really have to start by talking about a 2022 engagement with Accenture where CHA engaged them to really understand what is the landscape coming out of COVID and what are the issues that we need to address. We looked at the trends, and Accenture helped us to identify 10 trends at that time. Disruptive trends impacting global health, what these changes mean for the future of global health partnerships. And out of those, CHA's Global Health Advisory Committee agreed that 4 were really ones that we should focus on. 1, achieving health equity for all, something that CHA works on in the United States, and we are incorporating our global health to look at our global health activities to say, how do we incorporate what we're doing locally to achieve health equity globally? We also decided, we also decided that we should look at a few other things, including the future of health workforce. The goals of this health workforce paper were really to create a discussion paper for the beginning of a conversation with amongst Catholic healthcare and leaders in the United States, but with leaders in health around the world so that we have an understanding, a greater awareness and understanding of the significance, the interconnectedness, and the repercussions of the current global health workforce crisis. And we really wanted to begin a dialogue with our leaders and those involved in this critical global health issue so that we can come together and think about how do we respond as the Catholic Health Ministry and how do we help our members respond. I've talked about the crisis a couple of times. The WHO estimates a global shortage of 10 million health and care workers by the year 2030. 60% of our US nurses currently report experiencing burnout over the last few years. And 17% of nurses globally will have reached retirement age and exited the workforce by 23. Due to these numerous trends, active international recruitment of international healthcare workers has rapidly accelerated in countries like the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom. And due to that sharp uptrend in international recruiting, the global shortage of healthcare workers in nearly every country. WHO added 8 new countries to the Health Workforce Support and Safeguard list in 2023, bringing that safeguard and support list number of countries where active recruitment is suggested not to happen up to 55 countries in our world. And if we continue on the trends that we are today, that will just continue moving into the future. The health work shortage is one of the major obstacles of delivering effective health services to the poor and vulnerable, according to the WHO. And for the populations, the impact is a lack of access to essential health services, prevention, information, drug distribution, emergencies, clinical care, and those life-saving interventions such as immunizations, pregnancy services, and access to treatment for AIDS. And while this may seem a little bit of a one-off, we really believe that technology is part of, and health technology is part of the solution for the future. How do we get more out of those people that we are using, and how do we use them to their full capabilities? And we believe technology is part of that answer. So it was heart-wrenching to hear some of the interviews and to read some of the interviews. This came from a religious sister that developed countries are coming in with what she called big checks, big paychecks, and taking healthcare workers. And that she went on to say the brain drain is a big problem in these countries. Some countries are going to bonding employees. Of course, we believe people have the right to migrate, but we want to make sure that we're not actively recruiting in areas where they're experiencing difficulties like those outlined by the safeguard list of the WHO. So that is what am highlighting next. There is the WHO Health Work Support and Safeguard list, which people should be aware of, as well as a user's guide for the international recruitment of health personnel that the WHO has worked on. We also highlight in here the work of the Alliance for the Ethical International Recruitment Practices, especially for our members in the US that are recruiting. The Alliance certifies agencies that are fulfilling certain requirements. And we think these are initial steps that need to be taken to ensure we're doing a good job. As we were doing this research, there was the 5th Global Forum on Human Resources for Health, and the WHO came up with really 3 areas for action: protect, invest, and going together. And these are extremely important. And as we did our research, you'll see that very similar opportunities arose for CHA and our members to collaborate with people like yourselves. We said that we should invest to understand how we should investigate how we can invest so that Catholic health leaders are strengthening the health workforce of low and middle income countries. If we're recruiting from there, how do we invest in those situations? Often it's related to, as I already mentioned, some of the religious sisters related to congregations doing the work here in the United States and around the world are doing work in those same countries that are experiencing this additional stress by our recruitment. How do we practice ethically in our recruitment? And I've identified a couple of those things. And how do we advocate for fair pay and for investments in that pipeline of workers in low and middle income countries so that they don't have to move and oftentimes move themselves away from their families? Again, we are very interested in understanding how we reflect with those that are doing this work in low and middle income countries, along with our members, to really understand how do we do this better. At the United Nations General Assembly high-level meeting on universal health coverage at the UN General Assembly this year, the political declaration that was approved actually has several points around this issue. They say that we need to accelerate action to address the global shortfall of health workers and encourage the development of nationally costed health workforce. They say that we should further continue to scale up efforts and strengthen cooperation to promote the training, development, recruitment, and retention of competent, skilled, and motivated health workforce. Another paragraph talks about encouraging incentives to secure the equitable distribution of qualified health workers in rural communities, hard to reach communities, and in those low and middle income countries. CHA and our partners are beginning a discussion, and we would love for you to join that discussion with us as we continue to determine what is our path forward in addressing these issues, the opportunities and insights to transform international health workforce, recruitment, and capacity building. This is my contact information. I look forward to hearing from you, and I hope you have an amazing rest of your conference. Thank you. An amazing rest of your conference. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next presentation should have been by Cornelius Nijni from Zimbabwe, Building Human Resources Capacity for Medical Device Maintenance and Management in Zimbabwe. Anybody wants to cover this? Because it seems like we have not received any presentation. And there is another presentation which is supposed to be at 5, so we have a few minutes. So, what I would like to do is something, can you come here, please? I want to do something a little different. So you know me, I think I showed my name and slide. I would like this gentleman to walk around. So please mention your name. If you want, you can say your degree or which institution you work from. Let's start from there. So, and then I would like all of you, there's only 15 more minutes. If you can stay back, just say your name. Start from the end, yeah. Yeah.
Myself, I'm Jaswita. Myself, I am Shilpa.
Yeah. You are from which university, or you're from pharmacy or something?
I am from Vignan Institute of Pharmaceutical Technology, and I'm studying B.Pharm second year.
Excellent. Yeah. Say which place you are from. That will be good. Yeah.
I'm Priya Harshita. I'm from Vignan Institute of Pharmaceutical Technology.
Very good. Let's go. We will cover.
Myself, Manisha, from Vignan Institute of Pharmacy, B.Pharmacy second year.
Myself, Karina, I am from Vignan Institute of Pharmaceutical Technology, second year.
Very good. And where is this located, this Vigna Institute? Which city?
Visakhapatnam, Duvada.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go sequentially, cover everybody, yeah.
Hello, sir. Myself, Divyashri. I'm an employee here, working in IT department as a junior developer.
Very good.
My name is Kiranmai. I'm working in Amtz as a senior software engineer.
Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah.
My name is Tribhuvan Singh.
Speak up louder.
My name is Tribhuvan Singh. I am an eminent inventor of the country. I have done remarkable work in the field of medical science. I have been granted 8 patent certificates and 3 national awards from the Government of India. I got my education from Lucknow University, Uttar Pradesh. What? Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, sir. Myself, Murlidhar. I'm working here, scientist here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. D. Balasubramaniam from Valtech University, Chennai. I'm working as an head of the Department of Biomedical Engineering.
Very good.
Good evening, sir. Myself Vishwaja, and I have completed my post-graduation in microbiology, and I'm working here in iHub as an associate product manager for Niramai Health Analytics.
Very good.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Dr. Shankaranaran from Accurix Biomedical. I'm heading a plant here for which is manufacturing glucometer and glucose strips. Thank you.
Good evening everybody, myself Satyan Sharma. I'm working as scientist in AMTZ in hospital services.
Good evening everyone, I'm Rakesh. I have done my master's in HR. And I'm also working in a HR department of AMTZ. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Dr. Arjun. I'm the medical officer here. Thank you.
So there is a doctor in the house.
Good evening, myself Naresh Kumar. I'm the coordinator for the skill division, Indian Biomedical Skill Consortium.
Oh, very good.
Good evening, my name is Kalyani, a student of Pharmacy from Raghu College of Pharmacy.
Good evening everyone, my name is K. Sudharani. I'm pursuing a B Pharmacy 4th year from Raghu College of Pharmacy, sir.
Very good.
Good evening, my name is Konisetti Seshu and I'm working in AMTZ as consultant B with the procurement department. Prior to joining AMTZ, I did my MBA in Global Logistics and Supply Chain Management, Geetam University, Visakhapatnam.
Very good.
And I'm Franco Simini from Uruguay, and I lead a biomedical engineering group there. You're all welcome to Uruguay.
Okay, good evening everyone. My name is Millicent from Kenya. I'm the regional director for NEST 360, an alliance of 17 organizations supporting newborn health in Africa. Thank you. And I also lead Association of Medical Engineering of Kenya. Thank you once again.
Good afternoon. This is Mary Vidal from Peru. I am a regional manager of clinical engineering and medical devices in Grupo AUNA in Peru, Colombia, Mexico. Thank you.
Good evening to everyone. My name is André de Kurt. I'm an electronic engineer in Peru.
Very good. Thank you. So it's good, at least you know who came. And you know, I mentioned earlier, I'm the past president of the International Federation for Medical and Biological Engineering. This is a federation of societies. Our members are not individuals, but they're societies. So like, you know, Professor Simini, you know, from a country and they have a society, so they are members of the federation. So we have over 75 national and transnational societies. Transnational means a society may be in different countries. An example is like IEEE, you know, in different countries. They are our member. IEEE Engineering and Medicine Biology Society is a member of IFMBE. So IFMBE is in 5 regions. I'm really very glad that all 5 regions are represented here, you know. So we start from Latin America, right? So Latin America, stand up, please. So everybody sees who is from Latin America. So they are from Latin America. Okay, good. And Europe. Yeah. Then we come to Asia Pacific. Stand up, all the Asia Pacific. Oh. So I think India should become a member soon. Then Africa. I'm very pleased to say that during my presidency, I created the 5th region. You know, till then we only had 4 regions. Africa was included with Europe. So I tried to have Africa as a separate region, so which means you can have positions in various capacities within the federation. So they are the youngest group from us. And of course, I put last is North America, that's myself. I am from US. That is North America. North America, you know, there are so many societies, and the main member of IFMBE is the International Institute. It's called American Institute of Medical and Biological Engineering, the AIMBE, AIMBE. That is a very high level. I'm actually a fellow of that, but they are a member of IFMBE, you know. So those of you who want to know more about it, we have regional conferences in every one of these regions, and we have thematic conferences, but I would like to invite you all to a World Congress, which will be held once in 3 years. There's going to be a World Congress in 2025, in October 2025. There is still a lot of time to prepare and submit the papers. It will be in Adelaide, Australia, okay, 2025. In fact, the 2028, the site is already selected. It is going to be in Mexico, Viva Mexico. It is going to be in Monterrey. 2031 is open. The bid will be accepted at the end of 2034, you know. Because we had the time, I thought I will, you know, and I'm going to invite you all. I'm the Vice President of IUPASM even now, past President of IFMBE. So it is a World Congress. We have biomedical engineers and medical physicists all come together. There'll be like 3,000 people attending. And I think Australia is closer to you, right? Many of you from India, it's closer, and getting visa may not be a problem. So please prepare and submit papers. You know, I think it is important. Those of you who are in postgraduate studies, you know, you need to publish papers. And nowadays, they are very picky about the journals in which you publish. These should be high-impact journals, okay? Conference papers are good, but they will be like starting ground. So please do that. I think it's very essential, particularly the ones pursuing master's and PhD. And if you are going to do, even if you're an undergraduate, if you publish papers, it will be very helpful. Okay, so I thought I will take the time so that you all get to know each other. And also I would like you to request, stay back. There's going to be a video presentation, right? The last one. After that, I'd like to get a group picture of you, if you don't mind, okay? And then you can ask all the tough questions. You know, if you are, I'll be here, and the Professor Simini is here, and our guest from Italy. You know, we can answer some questions. You know, you can give some suggestions. We'll be glad to take that. Okay, we have this. The presentation is titled
Strategic Thinking in Decision
Making by the Clinical Engineering Professional and Reflections to Team by Taina Cabral, Alexandra Farrell Souza.
Strategic Thinking in Decision Making by the Clinical Engineering Professional and Impacted Team by Taina Cabral and Alexandre Ferrelli. ICLES Institute. Work Group, Taina Cabral and Alexandre Ferrelli. Description. Importance of emotional intelligence and strategic thinking in decision-making by clinical engineering professionals. This article presents important points for development of strategic thinking in workers of clinical engineering who are starting their careers. Furthermore, show practical examples applied to a healthcare system. Goals of the project and final users that will benefit. Considering that the hospital environment requires a level of professional maturity from its employees, this work aims to present some characteristics that the authors considered important to be developed by new professionals in clinical engineering. In addition, the work shows how this professional profile supports team engagement and increased productivity. Results. Skills development. 1. Active and proactive positioning. For example, constant analysis of process involving hospital medical equipment to optimize time, human, and financial resources. 2. Prioritizations of order of services. For example, team direction and parameterizations of metric for service prioritizing criticality and risk level. 3. Decision-making under pressure. For example, in emergency cases, it's essential that professional knows the process so that he is able to quickly decide on the steps to be taken. 4. Optimization of resources. For example, elaboration of feasibility analysis and directions of the hospital boards for better decisions regarding the use of resources. 5. Strategic alignment. For example, periodic meetings to share results and define goals and objectives. Reflection on the behavior of employees. 99% improved results in teams' performances. Motivation in position and function they perform. Clarity in objective and goals. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, on behalf of the organizers, on behalf of all organizers, you can see all of them. I like to express my sincere thanks to all of you for staying so patiently and listening through all this. If you have any questions, you are welcome. If you want to share with others, you can. But I will stay back and I can answer any question you have. But I'd like to request you to all come to the stage. We'll get a group picture. Please come.